published on the District of Tofino's YouTube channel. Through unanimous consent, if there are no objections, I'll move that pursuant to section 15 of the District of Tofino Meeting Procedure Bylaw number 1229/2016 is amended. The February 23rd, 2023 special meeting be held electronically via Zoom and live broadcasted on the District of Tofino's YouTube channel, and that the facility provided for the public to watch and hear the meeting be located at Municipal Hall 380 Campbell Street in Tofino, BC. Seeing no opposition, that motion be carried. Also through unanimous consent, if there's no objection, I'll move that February 23, 2023 special council agenda be adopted. Seeing no objection, that motion is carried. So we're right into presentations and reports. This is the 2023-2027 draft financial plan.
Good morning, Council. So we are here today to present to you the 2023 to 27 financial plan for the District of Tofino. This has been a collaborative effort by our management team. We recently met off-site as a group to really get to understand what's in each other's budgets, to refine some of our asks and prepare for this presentation. Over the course of the day, you're going to hear that this plan will maintain existing service levels. It will also show some growth and address other cost pressures. There are some of note, there'll be some items that will be requested for early budget approval that will be highlighted throughout the presentation by the specific area. At the end of the presentation, we will wrap up that for a resolution by council. This will be an interactive session, and questions are encouraged as we go through the day. We will be breaking for a recess in the morning. We will provide lunch and then break again in the afternoon and wrap it up by 4 o'clock. So next, I'm going to pass it along to Ms. Morehouse for the first component of this presentation.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So we're here today to meet for the second time regarding the 2023 to 2027 draft financial plan. And I never use this thing, so just give me a nice awkward moment, sorry. Oh, thank you. Perfect. So just a quick overview of some of the things that we're going to be talking about today. I'll spend a couple of moments reviewing the financial planning process with you and provide a brief update about public engagement to date. The financial officer will come back and provide an overview of the financial plan as it's being presented before we move into the divisional presentations. And then we'll wrap things up with the financial officer's report and next steps in the process. So you received the agenda package earlier this week, and I just wanted to review the documents that you received. So you did receive the 2023 to 2027 draft financial plan in its entirety, as well as a consolidated revenue and expenses by service area, which is a document that we refer to as the consolidated budget, and that's just of 2023 specifically. You also received the draft project listing with funding sources, so all of the proposed projects and their funding sources, and then the consolidated document with all of the 2023 to 2027 project sheets included in there. So as we move through today, the divisional presentations are going to include information specifically related to the operating budgets. And then as it pertains to the projects, we'll just be presenting projects that have changes to them or any new projects that are being introduced for the first time. But there will be time at the end of each service area and presentation for questions. So if you do have questions about a specific project, that would be a great time to bring that up. So why are we here today? because local governments must annually adopt a 5-year financial plan in accordance with the Local Government Act and the Community Charter. And there are some key features to the financial plan. We want to ensure that projects and expenditures are in line with council's strategic plan where possible. And ultimately, we need to present a balanced financial plan. So a few key dates. We met at the end of 2022 on November 24th to present our first special budget meeting, where we really talked about most of the capital projects being proposed in this financial plan. And we have our second budget meeting today, and then we'll have our third budget meeting, which is tentatively scheduled right now for April 4th. And the bylaws need to be adopted by May 15th. So our tax rate bylaws and the financial plan bylaws. So we'll see those come into effect by that date. The financial planning process happens every year, so it's very cyclical in nature. This graphic kind of outlines what that planning and reporting cycle is. So we still find ourselves here in the presentations and public engagement period of this cycle. We'll move later on into balancing the budget and developing tax rates before we finalize the financial plan and those rates and adopt the bylaws, as I mentioned. And we typically present 2 quarterly progress reports throughout the year. So later in the summer for Q2, and then in the fall for Q3. And then we start the entire process again with budget development for the following year. And that typically starts in the summer before our first presentation in the fall. So our budget communication objectives as it pertains to the financial plan is to increase public confidence in the district's responsible management of tax dollars, increase awareness about how tax dollars are allocated, generate participation in the financial planning process, and support responsiveness to mitigate concerns and address issues. And we are required by legislation to undergo public consultation and engagement with the community before adopting the financial plan. And that really is an opportunity for the community to learn about the planning process, review all of the proposed projects, and submit any questions or comments. And as we know, Tla-o-qui-aht is now our main area or place where we have public engagement, and that is the budget page. So that's been live since the fall. And there are some key features of the Tla-o-qui-aht page. So there is an option to subscribe for updates. If they want to see every time we're updating new information, you can just register there. We provide information about frequently asked questions, general information, financial planning, and lots of information about BC assessment. We provide our financial planning timeline, links to meeting agendas and financial plan documents. And we will be uploading the video of this meeting and the presentation slides tomorrow once the meeting's concluded. And there is a question and answer forum there as well. So the public is welcome to ask questions, and we aim to answer those questions within 72 hours. So there is an error on this slide. It should read budget 2023, but this page currently has had 152 individual user views. And we did have one person ask a specific question related to funding, and that's been responded to by staff. And social media content that we've been providing continues to focus on education, lots of information about the planning process, and more recently about BC assessment. So we do have some opportunities for other engagement outside of Tla-o-qui-aht, and for those who maybe don't have access to that website. So the public is welcome to join us for public comment and question periods at these special budget meetings, and questions and comments are welcomed by email to the budget@tofino.ca email account. We do have our first in-person town hall scheduled, which is very exciting since we had to move away from in-person events throughout the pandemic. And that's currently scheduled for March 7th. And that's going to be from 4 to 6 p.m. here in the council chambers. So this is a really great opportunity for the community to come and discuss the financial plan with council. Members of staff from the ACRD will be in attendance as well to discuss their financial plan and how that affects the District of Tofino, and district staff as well will be available to answer any questions that come up. So we'll just leave it there to see if anyone has any questions about what we've discussed so far. Great.
No questions?
Great. So we'll just pass it back over to Deborah to get into the overview of the financial plan.
So my section, I will be discussing the economic forecast as we see it for this particular plan, the balancing of the financial plan, consolidated 2023 budget, loans, and long-term debt. I'll reserve the property assessment and taxation piece for the end after divisional presentations. So this version, draft 2 of the financial plan is not balanced. We still need to have some pieces that we need to put in place, but today I think this will give you a great overview of what we are looking for. As everybody is aware, we face a very uncertain, economic environment right now with interest rates, with supply chain issues, and those sorts of things. So in this budget, we have used an inflationary increase, 7.76% in our 2023 budget, and then 4% thereafter. I'll explain that a little bit more when I get into the property taxation side. We've got higher interest rates. So when we borrow money, it'll cost us more to borrow, but on the flip side, we're also earning more on our investments. We're still responding, or there's still an impact where market responses to our tenders and proposals are exceeding our estimates, our engineering estimates. And we continue to face uncertainty related to materials and resource availability and staffing. Hiring of staff, retention of staff is an issue as well. Cost drivers, insurance premiums, certainly seeing increases in our property liability, and now certainly is on the upswing is cyber security. Council expenses in this budget, we increased that side of the budget for indemnities and additional IT support. We recently passed a new bylaw for council indemnities. Deferred maintenance. Over the past 5 years or so, is that a good span of time? We've been deferring maintenance due to probably various reasons, staff capacity, maybe addressing RMI projects, so deferred maintenance on district assets and has taken a back seat in some areas, and I know Mr. Rogers will expand on that in his presentation. So we're seeing some impacts there. Materials and supplies, cost escalation throughout the budget, you'll see that. And I mentioned earlier about the tender to proposals. So in order to mitigate costs, we attempt to consolidate projects where we can. And earlier this month, council did see the report on the Neil Street consolidation to minimize costs such as the mobilization, take advantage of the contractors that are in town right now. Things like that are definitely considered and taken into account. We're able to, in certain instances, not all, but lock in our insurance premiums for 3 years, specifically our cyber. Use of the financial stability reserve, say that a couple of times. And Ms. Atiana was going to maybe elaborate on that.
Yeah, thank you. So a few years ago now, council adopted a financial stability reserve in anticipation of unplanned or unforeseen circumstances. And examples of those could be significant impacts to operating, which we're seeing swings in the economy right now, where we're finding the cost of materials and supplies increase significantly. And we have to react to that after our budgets are adopted. So this is a stability reserve to make sure we can smooth out revenues where they may be impacted, or smooth out expenditures where we're seeing significant swings. And what this reserve will allow us to do is to ensure that we can maintain the service levels that we've established for the year after our plans are adopted, and that way we're able to meet those expenditures. So currently this financial plan does not draw any funds from this reserve. The balance of this reserve fund is just over $100,000, and will likely be contributing some surplus funds into this reserve to ensure that we can stabilize any future revenues or expenditures if that's required.
Thank you. We're also taking advantage of some really powerful savings using group procurement strategies, and we've recently we're starting to work with groups such as Canoe Procurement, which is a procurement group across Canada that has a very powerful buying strategy that we're going to take advantage of where we can. It also, this particular strategy reduces the time that we need, because we do not need to enter into an RFP process, and we'll elaborate a little bit more with council as we get into that particular strategy down the road. So balancing considerations. So our 2022 financial year end is in progress. That council will not see the final product on that until May 11th, I believe. We'll see that particular document in its finality. The funds that will be used or will be considered to balance this particular budget will be the assignment of 2022 budget items that were funded through taxation and user fees, use of prior year surpluses, so unrestricted surplus, and any remaining COVID restart grant funds. So here's an overview of our 2023 revenues and expenses, broken down by the major, so revenues and expenses on grant component, 56% from grants. We're borrowing 12%. Our reserves are coming in at 10%, taxation 7%, user fees and charges 7%, and other contributions at 4%. Our expense categories, our capital is combining 76% of the expenditures, our operating 16%, and transfers from capital and other reserves, to capital and other reserves at 8%. Not sure if we have any comparisons for prior years.
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit. So typically council will see the taxation and the user fees and charges be an equal percentage in the budget, so that's maintained. But those that are familiar with last year's budget, that percentage was quite a bit higher, at about 14 or 15%. But because of the wastewater treatment plant project and those grant funds that we're seeing come into the budget, from in 2023, we're seeing that proportion of taxation and user fees go down, but the proportions are the same and equivalent as they are year after year. So just wanted to mention that.
So the general fund, we anticipate, or this budget actually does present a 7.76% tax increase on our base level of taxation. 6.76% was presented in last year's financial plan to council. There's additional 1% that was added to address and mitigate any ongoing inflationary pressures. We will continue to set a 5% contingency on the base level taxation. That's outside of the C&I levy and the debt, and we have not established that at this point. Again, I mentioned that this draft is not balanced, and that assessment values, tax rate, and non-market change will be subject to change with our revised or the final assessment roll, which is due in early March. We should receive that roll, and we will update those the taxation numbers with our April 4th presentation to council.
I'll maybe make a comment on the tax increase, just in relation to the 2022 to 2026 financial plan. The tax increase that was adopted in our current financial plan for 2023 was 6.76%. And as the CFO mentioned, we added another percentage to that. So a portion of that, so 3% was meant for that inflationary increase in the budget. And we've seen CPI being maintained over the last year at over 6%. So we don't necessarily see that same increase in our budgets because our line items differ in terms of what's calculated in CPI, but we're certainly seeing more pressure on materials and supplies. So we increased that 3% to 4%. And the difference between those two amounts to make up the remainder of the 7.76% is in relation to some changes that we made in the reorganization in 2022. And so that's the balance of that increase coming in to this year.
Thank you. Our water and sewer funds, so we've got 3 funds in the district, our general fund and our water and sewer funds. Each need to be maintained separately. The water fund and sewer fund both have 10% contingencies. And maybe I'll explain a little bit of what we mean by contingency. So we'll set an amount for each fund where we can't anticipate or we've got funds to offset unanticipated expenses that we can't foresee at this point, or cost escalations that we don't see. So that is meant to address items that we can't see at this point. So we have assigned an increase to our utility rates. Ms. Morehouse, that was 3%. 3%, thank you. And we've got an increase to our budget, our business license fees at 20% in 2023. And I believe Mr. Baker will be talking a little bit more about that in his presentation, and that will exclude the short-term rentals. And so for the 2024 to 27, it will be 2% thereafter. And just a quick update on our debt servicing. So we've got a fire department duty truck loan that will expire in September of 2026. We're still paying off that particular debt. We've got some water upgrades. This is not the wastewater treatment plant. This is a water upgrade that we've had, and that'll expire or mature in 2031. And we've just, council just approved the short-term financing on the Ocean Park renovation. At the end of 2022, we have not yet drawn funds on that. We have started to draw funds, and we will start the repayment process on that particular loan here in 2023. So the wastewater treatment plant, in terms of borrowing, and I haven't noted it on this slide, we are expecting to actually utilize our temporary borrowing. And in this particular budget, we're projecting about an $8,000 temporary borrowing for that particular project throughout the year, as the expenditures, as we realize the expenditures throughout the year, we'll need to supplement our cash flow with additional borrowing. So we're budgeting for use of temporary borrowing of up to $8 million, using an interest rate of around 4%. We were anticipating about a little over $340,000 in interest on that particular debt. But we've got a debt servicing reserve right now at $348,000. So that would offset any impact that we see for that temporary borrowing. So the effect is zero on this particular budget. Does that make sense the way I said that? Yeah, good. So we're not expecting any taxation on the wastewater treatment plant debt until 2024. Questions? Seeing none. All right. Ms. Morehouse.
So I just have a few more slides to discuss with you before turning it over. But we will start the divisional presentations now. So in corporate services, we find the financial services department. So just a quick overview of some of the things that we take care of in financial services. As we know, based on today's meeting, financial planning and managing the operating and capital budgets throughout the year, financial management of the organization, property taxation and revenue collection. And we do support the organization with information technology support as well. Now, when we talk about the operating budget for financial services, we don't have a specific section of the budget that we manage or plan for. So there are quite a few line items that support the entire organization, which we kind of refer to as the administrative budget. And these are some of the items that come into that budget here. So we do have some revenues that come in that support the overall organization, the gas tax fund, the small community grant, and administrative fees come in from the water and sewer fund as well. And there are some expenses as well that we take care of in the administrative side of the budget that support the entire organization. We have a transfer that goes to the Tofino Long Beach Chamber of Commerce, $20,000 annually, and that contract is set to expire in 2023. So that will need to be revisited. And legal fees and audit fees as well come into the administrative budget for the entire organization.
Can I maybe just speak about the audit fees? Sure. So we are seeing an increase or an uptick in the requirements for audit and in terms of the reliance on our system, our numbers, the integrity of our data. So there's a corresponding pressure then in order to make sure that we have, you know, a secure system as we can to mitigate that and implement any other controls that we see could respond to that kind of the increasing environment that we're under, you know, the electronic world. So, but in 2020, for the 2022 audit, we've actually got additional requirements from the auditor where we need to, you know, list the types of things that we are doing as a district in terms of securing that data, because they are relying on that data. So there's some changes there that are very interesting.
And so just a reminder for informational purposes, the gas tax fund is a federally funded program that's administered through UBCM. So these are funds that can be used and they are restricted for specific usage for climate and sustainability related infrastructure projects. So we collect that every year and we can use that to fund specific projects as it relates to eligible expenditures. The small community grant, you may have heard of this before. It's formerly known as what we refer to as SCIF, or the Small Community Investment Fund. And these are unconditional funds received from the provincial government, specifically for small communities. So we receive that annually and we use that sum generally to assist with offsetting taxation. And as I mentioned, administration fees come from the water and sewer fund, and this is set at 10% of those user fees and charges to help assist with administration fees to those funds throughout the general fund. So I'll leave that there for questions before I turn it over to Jamie.
All right, good morning, Mayor and Council. So the section of the budget that I'm going to be speaking to is the Legislative Services Department. And I'll just jump right in with an overview of the service areas that this department covers. So as Manager of Legislative Services, I'm the appointed corporate officer for the municipality, and the department administers council and committee meetings, corporate records, town hall, and public hearings. We're responsible for the management of municipal bylaws and policies, municipal records and information management, and making sure that our files are handled in accordance with legislative requirements. We have handling of freedom of information requests, and I act as the district's privacy officer. All corporate communications run through this department, so that includes digital media, the district's website, social media, newsletters, media relations, and communication software, and then other statutory duties as required, as well as I act as the chief election officer in elections and manage intergovernmental relations. So this is a snapshot of the operating budget as it relates to council. And as you can see from the bottom line there, the overall proposed council budget is fully funded from taxation. And looking at the top line, there is just one sort of exception there. It's that small grant revenue that I'll speak to in the council highlights or the budget highlights slide on the next screen. But I will just point out that you'll see in 2023, costs are a little bit higher, and then again in 2026 and 2027, and that's how they relate to election years. So it's typical for costs to be higher in an election year and then the year after an election as well. So in terms of the operating budget highlights, as I mentioned, the council budget is fully funded from taxation. We do have a small grant of just under $2,000 that we've carried over from a few years. We weren't able to use it in the pandemic period, but is a small grant to be used for community to community meetings. And so that is a revenue source in 2023 that we can utilize. The council remuneration bylaw was updated in 2022 with the new council, and this comes into effect January 1st, 2023. And so that is an increase that you'll see on the budget. The remuneration rate from the mayor increased from $30,000 to just over $43,000 per year. And then for councillors, it increased from $15,000 to just under $20,000 per year. We also sort of changed our program with council tech support and laptops. So previously, councillors were awarded or allowed $750 per year to purchase their own council laptop at the beginning of a term. And so we changed that, and the district has purchased council laptops for every council member. And then there is a monthly fee that we pay to our Sea to Sky IT provider for support for council members. So that's an additional item this year. And then at the last council meeting, council passed a resolution to support the USS scholarship program. And just to note that that hasn't been included yet in this budget. So you'll see that in the next draft. And that was a resolution to support $2,500 per year. So that'll come in the next draft that you see in April. The next one is the resolution that was passed in January to support the WildSafe BC program. And so this year in 2023, that grant amount of $4,000 is coming out of the council grants, which are set at an amount of $50,000. And so that will just come out of the $50,000 amount that's already been budgeted. And then in years 2024 to 2027, that's coming out of a separate line item, council initiatives. And the understanding is that the council grants amount will stay at $50,000 in years coming forward. And then that $4,000 will just be a separate expense coming out of council initiatives to support the WildSafe BC program.
Can I add a comment?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So this is what staff is proposing for the WildSafe BC request. It wasn't council's direction to include it as a separate line item in the financial plan. So if council has any comments regarding where that amount should come from, if you would like to continue having it come from council grants and taken off on an annual basis versus how we have it in the plan under council initiatives, which is adding it as a separate line item, staff will take council's direction on that.
You would like us to give you direction now?
If council wishes, if we're happy to leave it as is for now and reconsider it later throughout the day, is there an opportunity for these items to come that were referred to the budget process to be discussed later in the presentation, or is this the only opportunity?
At this point, this would be the opportunity.
Okay, so we can pause here and council can have the discussion.
Great. I'm gonna Councillor Anderson, can I start out with a note from Councillor Steer because he's not here? And then we'll go. Councillor Steer was wanted this to come as a line item. So I just want to put that out there to start out since he's not here. Councillor Anderson.
Sort of on that as well. I'm wondering, is there a surplus? Were not all the council grants assigned or whatever? That's it. My question. I thought we've allocated all the council grant funds already. So does that mean we're taking away, or was there some unassigned funds?
I can speak to that. So for 2023, we haven't issued the grants yet. The call is currently out. So we have reduced for 2023 the council grant amount by 2,500 to make that contribution. But for years 2024 to 2027, council has an opportunity to decide where those funds will come from, whether it'll continue to come from council grants or if it's a separate line item as we've shown it in this financial plan.
I'm thinking that the chamber grant is ending, and I think it's time to look at increasing council grants. Not sure by what amount, I don't have an amount in mind, but not for this year, but for next year after the chamber grants has expired. Maybe we could reallocate, not all of it necessarily, but if we're going to keep those grants, they're becoming whatever less and less of a contribution as inflation grows over the years. So I think they've been at the same amount maybe for about 10 years. I don't know, but for quite a while. So there should be a discussion in next year's budget about how to go with those grants.
Comments from council before I say something? I personally would like to see it as a separate line item. I don't like to see it as an erosion of the existing council grants, and I agree with Councillor Anderson that the council grants should be increased as most budgets are increased with inflation and as time goes on. And that would be my view. Looking to council, let's have all the councillors pipe in, yay or nay, or neutral.
I have a silly question. So if it stays as it has been, if it's not a separate line item, they have to apply to us every year?
Yeah, I think that's my understanding, and then it would be the total amount available would be reduced for all other applicants.
I'm in favor.
Well, let's go around and see if we can, let's go around. Councilman Master.
I think it should be a line item, and for council grants, I think it should be increased with inflation each year, not just setting something for 4 years or something like that. I think we should, each year it should be increased by the rate of inflation.
Councillor Sawyer, sorry, Solomon, sorry. Councillor Sawyer.
I'm wondering with Councillor McMaster's comment, if they were to be increased each year, does that mean? I'm just wondering if it would be simpler to set it for 4 years with a projected increase, rather than revisit it and have to have that whoever's receiving the grant change their financial structure every year because they're not sure what they're getting.
Let's just do two things here. He is the chair. Let's focus on the first question is the wild safety line item
okay,
or
line
council grant?
item, yes.
Line item, yes. Okay, and the second thing I think that's come up from Councillor Anderson, Master, and myself is an increase to the council grants to reflect inflation. Sometimes, and the option would be a set increase or an inflationary increase, and I think that's something that probably staff can come back with. Suggestion. that we need to get into it now, but it sounds like a good direction. Councillor Sloan?
Yeah, I agree with Councilman Pastor and everyone else that I think it should be a line item.
Okay, excellent. So I think that's clear. Do we have to make a motion for that, or you just give that to you guys? Okay, so I think it's clear that council's unanimous that Wild Safe BC should be a line item. And that we also would like to see staff come back with the suggested increase into council grants to reflect inflation.
And the last time council grants were increased was 2016. They went from 21,000 to 25,000. So it's been quite some time since we've seen an increase. And so what we would do is attach the increase that we're connecting to taxation increase at that base amount, which we currently have at 4% per year. We'd include the same rate for increases for council grants. While we are on the topic of grants, there's also the arts and culture grants that are set at 25,000, and they're included in that line item. Would council like to make any changes to the rate for the annual amount for that grant as well?
Look to council, why don't we go around the table? So this is a question about should the arts and culture grants also be increased to reflect inflation?
I think possibly no. Depending on what direction we go with the RMI funding that we can apply to arts, to public art, to maybe events and stuff like, if there's a change in direction and that arts, culture, heritage piece of spending, it's sort of reworked in the RMI, that we might be able to say, okay, the arts grants are good where they are. So it's a bit of a, to me, there's some room to look for other funding sources to support the arts, culture, heritage portion of council spending and that.
Maybe before we go on to council, can I just get, yes, please. I was just gonna ask if you could pipe in there and just give us a little direction.
Thank you. Through the chair, as part of the 2022 to 2025 resort development strategy, the RMI grants do increase to $30,000 from $20,000. So those grants do go up. The arts, culture, and heritage grants are slightly different in the projects they fund than the event grants. So while one is increasing and one might stay the same, they apply to different projects.
Then I would look to increase the arts, culture grants then.
Okay. Okay, this is a little, yeah, the arts and culture grant, I think, does that have to be decided right now, or is that in this specific thing? Can we think about it?
No, it doesn't have to be decided now. The granting decisions for 2023 come to council before adoption of the financial plan. And we do have another budget meeting on April 4th, and so we can bring this discussion back and council can have a look to see where the council grants and the arts and culture grants will land. I think for financial plan development purposes, in order for us to get closer to balancing the plan, we'll go on the conservative side and include an inflationary increase for both grants.
Okay, thank you. Excellent. Is that good for council? Excellent. Okay, carry on.
All right, so the next section of the budget that my department oversees is the election budget. And as you can see here, there's just one small expense annually until 2026 when we see an increase for an election year. That annual fee may change in the next draft that you see. It's essentially an annual fee for tech support for our voting machine. However, we have heard that the voting machines across the province are no longer being supported. And so they're going to be needing to be replaced before the next election. And so potentially that fee will be, will no longer be required as we won't be receiving any tech support in those years. So that might change in the next draft that you see. And then in 2026, that total amount of just over $30,000 is a little bit higher than in past years to accommodate the purchase of a new voting machine. So they're approximately $10,000. And I will note that there's the potential that we move that purchase forward by a year, just because all of BC is probably going to be looking to purchase new voting machines for the new election. And so just so that we can secure one, likely I'll move that forward to 2025 as it approaches. And so this is a bit of a reiteration, but the highlights, the annual fee, which may or may not be removed in the next draft, new voting machines, and then we are going to undertake a wage review for election contractors for the next election. We did a bit of a review this year and found that the wages hadn't increased since the 2018 local general election, and it was just a little bit too late to increase them. And but based on our research this year, or in 2022, we found that they could be increased then. And so likely we'll do a little research and propose new contractor rates, which will increase the budget as well. And then Legislative Services doesn't have any capital projects to present. So before moving on to community services, oh yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I thought you had slipped slides.
No, this is it for me. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. No capital projects coming from me at this point.
I do have a comment. A question, it's kind of a question and a comment. Just because I noticed that in the Ms. Bodner's introductory slides, council expenses and indemnities were listed as a cost driver for things. I just wanted to clarify that the council indemnities and expenses total like $65,000 increase.
I'll pull it back up over here. We have this slide here.
I have the comparison over last year,
Sure.
if that's helpful. So we're seeing a change as presented today in the overall council budget of increase of close to $75,000. And so some of that relates to the indemnity increase, which looks like about 38,000, and that isn't just that base amount that is projected. It's based on the projected amount of meetings and events that council may attend. So that's estimated at 38,000. The balance of the amount is coming from council expenses, and this year, because it is the year after an election, we have increases related to strategic planning. We are bringing the travel expenses back to the full amount this year because we're seeing everything come back to in person. And then we have the IT addition for purchasing of laptops, and that is estimated for this year because we had the purchase of the laptops. Sorry, that was last year. So this year it's looking at about $12,000 per year for IT support.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions from council? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm just going to introduce the division, community services, which includes community programs, includes culture and events. Culture and events is largely funded through the Resort Municipality Initiative funding that we receive, community children's center and recreation. Planning services, which includes planning, emergency planning, building inspection, and projects, community services projects, which are largely, again, are my projects, as well as some, recreation parks, community projects. And protective services, which includes bylaw enforcement and the fire department. And each manager is going to present individually, and then I'll be back up to talk about some of the RMI projects. I'll introduce Cindy Hutchison, Manager of Community Programs.
Morning, Mayor and Council. So we'll start off with culture and events. Culture and events area of the community programs department supports the district's cultural projects and programs, including public art, the Tofino Poet Laureate Project, and the Each Advisory Committee. It also supports the planning, development, and implementation of visitor-related programs and services. So that includes events and filming on location. Most of the expenses, or partial expenses, for the Culture and Events program are funded by our participation in the Resort Municipality Initiative, as Ms. Ferrant mentioned, and will be discussed later in the presentation. Moving on to the next area, which is the Community Children's Center. So the Community Children's Center offers spaces for 18 children aged 30 months to school age. And we currently have 4 full-time staff. And our operating hours are 8:30 till 5 p.m. from Monday to Friday. So looking at the operating budget overview, the childcare center reopened to full-time service as of October 2022. So we've been at reduced capacity to some varying degree since COVID started. So you will see the revenue for 2023 is much greater than in past years. A substantial portion of our funding that we do receive comes from the province of British Columbia, and that's through our participation in the childcare operating funding program. And this helps reduce parents' overall monthly fees. So it allows us to operate as well as parents paying a reduced fee. The province is aiming to try to get that fee amount down to around $10 for parents per day. That's their goal with the program. Staffing costs, I'll also just mention that at this time are not fully realized as we're still continuing to recruit for a full-time childcare worker and responsible adult to support the existing operations. Some of the operating budget highlights. So through the childcare operating funding program that we participate in, there is a $4 per hour ECE wage enhancement, and that is eligible to any childcare or early childhood educator that's certified. So anyone that has their ECE. Currently, we have 1 member of staff that has their ECE, and then 3 are working towards their ECE through training. We've also successfully participated in the BC Employer Training Grant Program. And so this program is also through the province and offers 80% of recovery costs for training. So the members of staff that are currently ECEAs are doing their training to become full ECEs. So this is a very positive program that we are very grateful for. And then we also have a little bit of health and safety grant left over. It was a COVID health and safety related grant, and those funds will be spent in 2023. Any questions on the childcare center?
Question from council. I have a question,
Okay.
actually, yeah. If we're successful with the $10 a day daycare next year, does that affect our net from property taxation, or is it just offset fees for parents? Like, does it affect our bottom line at all?
That is,
I can speak to
okay,
that.
great. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm unsure at this point what amount of costs we would get covered from the province. There would likely be a limit to salaries, to wage increases. And of course, we know that we are attached to a collective agreement for that staffing. So I'm suspecting that the net amount would likely go down, but I'm unsure how much of it.
Okay, thanks. Excellent.
And I would just add to that, if you are a participating center in the $10 a day program, you aren't a participant of the childcare operating funding program. So they switch off. I think the aim of both programs is to equally even out access to childcare, regardless of the stream you're in.
Okay, I have a follow-up question. Can I have a follow-up question before we go on? Does that mean that our operating costs may go up?
I don't anticipate.
So we would, if you go back to the
Sure.
revenue slide just for a moment. So under grants, we have a childcare operating fund amount that we receive, and it's not that large.
Yeah.
We would be receiving more. So yes, operating costs would go up, but we would probably get more funding from the province.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. Councillor Sloman.
My question is would everyone qualify for this $10 a day? Like working, not working?
If we receive if we apply to the program and are successful, we would, everybody that's across the board, yeah. And currently under the childcare operating funding program we operate under, there is a childcare fee reduction initiative that all parents, all children receive. So it's not based. There's only one program, the affordable childcare benefit that parents apply for, and that's based on income. So that's in addition to all the other funding that is coming from the province. Lots of funding.
Super, thank you.
You're welcome. So now on to community to recreation. So the area of recreation supports year-round programming for community members at all stages of their life. And the majority of programs are programmed in the community hall. Recreation also supports with the Recreation Advisory Committee of Council. For operating budget overview, the majority of revenues under REC come from various grants, donations, and contributions, and then also program revenue. Higher revenue and debt proceeds 2024 to 2026, and that's due to the community recreation facility being proposed, and that will be discussed shortly in this presentation. And now to the operating budget overview. Current operating expenses for recreation include staffing, office, administrative expenses, facility expenses, recreation van, the gym program expense, which is to access the Wickeninish Community School gymnasium after hours. And then capital projects there at the bottom is related to the proposed recreation facility.
If I may, through the chair, under recreation facility expenses, you'll notice in 2026 and 2027, you're seeing some new higher amounts there. And I wanted to reference this because at the discussion on Tuesday night, there were some questions regarding the operating expenses for the proposed recreation facility. And the expenses that you see there are largely debt servicing on the recreation facility, but also include operating expenses I believe it's 40,000 approximately for 2026 and 53 for 2027. And those are operating expenses for the facility, but do not include staffing expenses related to increased janitorial or facility attendant that would support both of those facilities, the community hall and the recreation facility. As you saw in the plan drawings on Tuesday night, there are offices in that space. So it is anticipated that Cindy and a large portion of her team would move over into those spaces and be available to help support the use of the facility. So I just wanted to highlight that.
And then I will also note that for program expenses, most of the standard programs have returned to full operation since COVID started. And so it's really a reflection of previous years. And but we are seeing increases in costs for programming expenses, generally speaking, just with rising costs across the board. So annual revenues do fluctuate based on grants or programs that we do have scheduled for the year. 2023 will be the first year where recreation programs will be operating or resuming at kind of that full schedule capacity. Some of the highlights within the operation budget are new tires for the rec van in 2023. Very exciting for the Wiggle Wagon. Also the collaborative strategic plan for parks, trails, and recreation. And then the community rec facility operating expenses projected to start with that project. So I know that at the Tuesday council meeting, that grant was discussed. So if there are any further questions, Mr. Vermont or Mr. Rogers will be available to take those.
Cindy, I think if you could, yeah, there we go.
There we go. I'll maybe just pause here if there are any questions.
I see no hands.
Okay. Any further questions on the community recreation facility specifically? No? Okay. I will pass it along to Mr. Fick.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm going to be discussing the planning services part of the operating budget. So planning services is responsible for largely planning and development of the community. Mayor and Council sees me fairly regularly, so I won't spend too much time on this, but typically we spend a lot of time processing permit applications as well as building permits, the actual construction of various buildings and their inspections throughout the construction timeline. As well as looking at things like rezoning, subdivisions, larger mapping projects, those kinds of things. Taking a quick look at the operating budget, largely revenue is driven by various application fees as well as grants and donations, and sometimes we have some transfer revenue as well. However, largely the planning services department is supported by taxation. The one thing that I did want to point out in our operating budget overview for the next few years is in 2024, there's a fairly significant jump of the expected contribution from property taxation. That's due to one specific project, a very large project involved in or looking at a potential large scale land use plans for the Mackenzie Beach area. That project has been approved. However, it is contingent on some partnerships and other funding as well. So that's the one thing I just wanted to point out why there's a particular jump in 2024. Some of the highlights really, our expenses and revenues vary year to year depending on the amount of projects that are in the pipeline, essentially, various plans, strategies, as well as other, larger, smaller projects that might be scheduled for that particular year. This year, one of the more significant changes to the planning services department is the proposed implementation of PSD citywide software. This is a recommendation that's come out of our development approvals review, something that staff have been involved in for quite some time and council has seen a little bit as well. This will essentially move us away from a paper-based application system, which is what we use right now, into a more digital streamlined system, which ideally will reduce our processing times and help us move viable projects through the development pipeline a little bit more quickly. However,
Can I just add something about PSD citywide? That software we're actually using in other parts of the district. So there are a lot of synergies in acquiring this particular software.
Yeah, thanks for that. My understanding is that the financial service department has been using PSD citywide for a while now, and we would be interested in acquiring the essentially the planning services module as well as the asset management and engineering module to hopefully kind of have a bit more of an organization-wide software. This is the operating budget overview for our building inspection department. It's a nice one because it largely pays for itself. The one change that's worth pointing out is after 2023, the net for property taxation goes up about double, a little over double. That's largely because our building inspector will be coming back to Tofino 5 days a week. Currently, we share the building inspector with the District of Tofino. They give us, we have a contract with them for providing building inspection services for 1 day a week. That's proposed to end in, I believe, September of this year. And that's why starting next year, the property taxation requirement for the building inspector will be increasing a little bit. As I noted, the operating budget highlights for the building inspection, there'll be reduced contract revenue. The building inspector is coming back full time, so 5 days a week in Tofino as opposed to 4 days a week in Tofino and 1 day per week in Ucluelet, as is currently happening. And then there's also an ongoing step code rebate program. So this is for particular structures that meet various levels of the step code. There can be a rebate associated primarily with building permit applications.
Can I?
Yeah, please.
Just a question before I go too far. The building permit revenues look to be pretty static. I think they're 110. I'm just wondering why they wouldn't go up, or is it just projected to stay the same?
So when we thank you for the question, Mayor. When we sort of project our revenues with planning services, it can be a little bit easier to do that because we often have lots of conversations with various developers and we know that there may be a big application coming in the next few months or the next year. We anticipate processing it through that year. However, my understanding is with building permits, they tend to be fairly steady and they tend to fluctuate year to year, but overall it kind of comes out in the wash. And so that's why we've sort of maintained it at the same amount. The other sort of reason for that is when we're calculating building permit revenue, we use a particular type of software called Marshall and Swift, which essentially calculates how much a particular building is proposed to be worth. Typically, it's a little bit under what the market value is, but that's the way the software works. And so we're somewhat prone to working within the confines of what that software predicts, and it can be somewhat predictable, but change a little bit. And so what we find has been most useful is to keep the general estimate about the same, and then sometimes a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less, pardon me, but throughout a number of years, it usually equals out to be about that much. Yeah, so again, it's one of those things that can be kind of challenging to predict, but having a good estimate usually over the course of a 5-year financial plan sort of comes out in the wash.
Super. And maybe just one follow-up question, if I may. Do building permit fees, are they going to increase, or do they stay the same? Is there any plan to increase them with inflation? Or?
That's not been my understanding. I haven't discussed that with the building permit inspector at this time. I believe that would be something that would probably come back to council.
Okay.
Maybe sort of incorporate these charges.
Thank you.
So the one capital project that's changed a little bit since last time I appeared to talk about these kinds of things before council is the mobile population census. This has been one that's been kind of an ongoing one. We had a contract in place earlier in 2022, but that fell through due to some funding and partnership difficulties. The district then decided to try and do it individually. However, the cost had gone up based on our initial quote from earlier that year. So we are still hoping to do this in both 2023 and 2025. The ask is for $15,000 in each of those years. And this project would largely help us understand a little bit more about our true population here in the community, as well as help us anticipate future demand for services, future demand for housing, future demand for transportation, all of these kinds of things. So it's intended to be a regional project. We're still hoping to be able to partner with neighboring communities and similar organizations. However, there's been some changes to the scope of the contract based on what those partner organizations want, and it may be that the District of Tofino has to, at least in 2023, do this on our own based on our most recent conversations with providers. $15,000 is adequate to get the information that the district is looking for through this project. Are there any questions?
Councillor Anderson.
The budget increase for the major planning project next year.
Yeah.
And also the budget request, the last one there, for the mobile population census. Do you know if there's any grants available for any of those? Or is there places we should look a little harder for grants for those?
Thank you for the question through the chair. For the mobile population census, I think it would be a little bit difficult to find grant funding for that, which is why we kind of initially went through a bit more of a partnership model, which was proved challenging. However, that's not something that's the question. I believe the initial budget that was approved in 2022 was $10,000 for that. We've increased that to $15,000 per year due to some of the changes that have been requested by the providers, as well as some of our partners. However, again, those partnerships have not been finalized at this point. So it could be that that request is lowered a little bit, but that would depend on us actually finding and negotiating adequately with various partners. As far as the larger project proposed for 2024, that does very much require a significant contribution and partnership with the Tla-o-qui-aht First Nation. So those are discussions that are ongoing. What I hope will happen is basically a large-scale area plan for Mackenzie Beach, where there's a significant amount of development pressure, both from private developers as well as the Tla-o-qui-aht First Nation themselves. So working with them, we would like to kind of create a larger master plan for that area, which outlines potential areas where we could combine on infrastructure costs, as well as just an overall plan for where we may put density, how we would manage risk, all those kinds of things.
Okay, we've been fairly successful in getting some grants for planning in the past, so it'd be great if we could find a way to fund that through grants as well.
Yeah, thanks, Don. I certainly agree, and that's something that staff will be keeping an eye out for. That's something I'll probably also maybe look to Mr. Rogers for some assistance with this. He's been fairly successful in past years in finding them too.
That's all.
My question was regarding the full-time position of the building inspector? So were we short-staffed before? Was it not enough? The part-time
Thanks for the question.
position?
I would say that depends who you ask. Certain contractors in town would probably say, yes, we were short-staffed. Other times it may not be so much. It was the position of building inspector was, I believe, introduced in, well, it's been around for a while, but the current individual in position started in 2017. Prior to that, we were actually getting the building inspector to come from the ACRD for, I believe, only 1 day a week. So things were considerably slower at that point. The District of Tofino needed some assistance with their building inspector as well. And at the time, it seemed viable to split the position between the two communities. So initially, the building inspector did 3 days a week here and 2 days a week in the District of Tofino. However, that's changed more recently. So there's 4 days a week here and 1 day per week there. And now we're coming full time back here. My understanding is that that's hopefully to kind of speed up process times and provide an adequate level of service. So the question of whether or not it was understaffed, I guess kind of depends on your opinion, but to reach what we would consider an adequate level of service, it is sort of appropriate to have a full-time building inspector here.
Thank you.
Councilor McMaster, will you have your hand up? I just maybe have a comment. It's probably, I don't know if it's the right time or not, but I'm going to get it out there. It just seems to me that the increase in cost for building inspection services with the full-time compared to the fees, it's, you know, the fees for service. It seems like that maybe fees for service could at some point increase to cover that cost. That's just my observation. Thank you.
Certainly, yeah. That's something that I'm sure staff will be considering, particularly following this meeting, but as we work through the budget process. So thanks for the comment.
Thank you, Jay.
I'll speak briefly about emergency planning, which is sort of another branch of the planning services department. In general, we spend a lot of time working with provincial legislation in our emergency planning departments, and it has a lot to do with our considerations for tsunamis, earthquakes, and various other emergencies, everything from managing our emergency operations center to managing our various plans and policies, looking for grant funding, and also generally considering the overall safety of the community and what we can do to become more resilient community. There's a fairly significant public education component as well. One of our, to the great credit of our previous emergency planning coordinator, a department that's gathered a lot of accolades across the province as well. So taking a quick look at the operating budget overview, largely there's actually a fairly considerable amount of revenue that comes in from grants and donations. Taxation typically funds the remainder. But it is the overall operating budget is typically funded largely by grants and donations. The one thing that I do want to point out on this particular slide is that in 2024, we have a fairly significant revenue bump. This is related to our vertical evacuation tower that has been discussed. We were recently successful in securing a $150,000 grant to progress designs and more studies around the feasibility of that project, which then positions us again to apply for future grants. But that large number of $5 million is, of course, dependent on donations as well as grants. That number actually does not rely on any taxation or as is currently proposed. So some of the highlights of the operating budget, there's various ongoing plans and strategies. Currently, we're getting very close to some new legislation being released by the provincial government, which will then put some onus on us as a local government to update some certain plans and be in line with provincial legislation and provincial best practices. This was something that was supposed to happen about a year ago, but there's been ongoing consultation. My understanding is sometime in the middle point of this year is when we kind of anticipate that provincial legislation will be finalized, and we'll have to respond accordingly. And then, as noted, there's some 2023 expenses related to the vertical evacuation project. The majority of those, actually, I think almost the entirety of them, are covered by the grants and donations. So here's our little project sheet. The one kind of change to note here is that we were successful in that grant application. So there's been an additional $150,000 acquired to go towards the planning and overall process for this. Again, this is a pretty amazing project, but also very great because it actually does not rely on taxation or relies very, very minimally on taxation, largely funded by a grant as well as contributions. Worth repeating again that those are conditional, and so this is the hope that this will be happening over the next couple of years, but it does require some successful grant applications as well. Are there any questions related to emergency planning at this point?
I was wondering if we could have like a wedding venue on top and then make some money.
Bungee jumping wedding.
It's, you know, I know it's a little bit funny to think about, but that is something that has been discussed because, you know, we're putting if everything proceeds as is, you know, considered, we'd be putting fairly significant structure there. So, you know, it's a very useful structure, but only in very particular situations. It would be nice to have a bit of other uses happening there as well. So whether it's a wedding venue or vertical pickleball courts, or what have you.
Aerial dancing.
All consideration.
Aerial dancing. I'm all in favor. Councillor Anderson.
We just recently learned a bit of a shift in the provincial emergency programming. There's some new thinking in that from that end of things. And we may want to put on the horizon somewhere an update to our emergency plan. Just an informational thing from the recent conference. And so I can't remember exactly the details of what they spoke about, but there was a speaker that to me, the provincial program is becoming a little bit more active than it used to be. So there might be some changes that we need to make. And I suppose every now and then we should look at that plan again and see if it needs update. That's all.
And thanks for the question through the chair or the comment. I believe that is one of the projects that has been approved is to sort of have a refresh of our emergency plan in response to that legislative change that you mentioned. That I didn't have a specific slide for that, but that is something that is part of the emergency plan.
It might be beyond our 5-year plan right now, but like I say, it's on the horizon.
So just while it comes to my mind, the one other thing that I did want to notice is we had a change in the EPC position. Our previous EPC who has built up the program in a very successful manner over the past several years has moved to a different position from the district, and we recently hired a new emergency programming coordinator. So that'll be probably something you'll be hearing from more regularly in the next few months.
Excellent. Any other questions from council? Seeing none. Thank you.
You all
very much.
I'm going to pass it over to Ms. Vermont to speak a little bit about some of the RMI projects that are on.
Just a few slides from me on this. At prior budget meetings, we've delved into the RMI projects. So this is focusing on operating. Just a reminder what the Resort Municipality Initiative is. It's a provincially funded program providing funding to small tourism-based communities to build their tourism infrastructure and some services as well. Tofino's participated in the program since 2008. And we receive a base amount annually. Right now, as I mentioned, we're in a 2022 to 2024 agreement, and our base amount that we receive annually is approximately $1.3 million. And then there's a performance lift based on how your MRDT did the prior year. So this shows the operating budget. Now, most of this is funded by RMI. There's a couple of things here that are funded by taxation. Sorry, this is I'm on the next, this would be the next slide. Let me back up. This is showing the RMI reserve amount, and the amount, for example, in 2023, that 1.165 that you see there, that is the amount we are drawing from the RMI reserve. So that's not the amount we're receiving, but that's the amount that's required to fund the projects that are planned for this year. So that remains fairly consistent. You'll see a bump up in 2024, and that's related to the Campbell Street Phase 3 project, which again is currently not fully funded, but is still a placeholder in the budget, with the remainder of the project to be funded by grants to be determined. So I'll talk about that again in the next slide here. So again, you'll see that large amount in 2024, and that's related to Campbell Street Phase 3, which is still not fully funded, but is largely funded by RMI, as well as some reserves related to infrastructure that will be upgraded at the same time. Staffing office admin there, that's related to positions that support the RMI projects, so including the community services project manager, the culture and events programmer, and a portion of some other staff's wages. The net from property taxation there that you see at the bottom, that is related to wages not funded by RMI, related to the project cultural initiatives. So that's a small amount that we do fund from taxation to support cultural programming that is not cannot reasonably be attributed to RMI. So that includes the Poet Laureate, the maintenance of the theater's piano, which is actually technically the district's piano, and we do maintain it. And tourism expenses. So that tourism expenses amount that they see there, that is a bit of a placeholder. Some years we spend that and some years we don't, but we needed to do a survey or work with Tourism Tofino in some way. We have some access to those funds. Also funded by RMI is the annual contribution to the Public Art Reserve. And just to note that we are still reconciling the funding for 2022 RMI. So looking at, we projected during the budget process what those projects would cost, but then we reconcile at the end of the year what those projects actually cost and how much funding is remaining. And we know that there will be an amount of 2022 that can be carried over to 2023. And then again, Campbell Street Phase 3, I mentioned before, but just wanted to bring this forward again, that we had an updated cost estimate completed in 2022, just because we knew there was a lot of change in the construction climate and didn't want to be in a position where we were going out to the market and didn't have sufficient budget, since those cost estimates were from late 2019. So 2020, so they're getting a little bit older. And so that budget went up from approximately 3.1 to 4.4. And so that's reflected here. Any questions? Hearing none, I will introduce the Manager of Protective Services, Chief Baker.
Morning, Mayor and Council. So we're going to go through protective services today. We will start with the bylaw department here. So basically there's two areas within the bylaw department. We have business licensing, which currently has one business license inspector, and they are responsible for the processing of all license. That includes site inspections for new licenses, and those sorts of pieces. Currently just over 700 business licenses that are active within the municipality. And then we have the general bylaw education and enforcement. So this time of year, we have a bylaw supervisor. We have one full-time bylaw enforcement officer. And in the summertime, this year, for instance, we will have one temporary bylaw officer as well as one reservist that falls under that program as well. So operating budget overview, the bylaw violations, this is one that definitely goes up and down year after year. If there's a particular increase in one type of fine, perhaps that can really drive it up. A good example of that in the last couple of years has been the illegal vehicle camping, which could push that up quite a bit. But year to year, we base what this budget is on the revenue that has come in from those fines. So while the actual revenue may go up and down a bit, we tend to set it this with a sort of general increase from year to year. Licensing and permits, this is quite a big one within this department. And a big portion of that comes down to the business license fees themselves. And that was referenced a little bit earlier with the updates to the business license regulation bylaw. We did see an increase in all categories with the exception of the short-term rentals, was the 20% increase for 2022. And then again for this year. So we see that increase reflected, and then a 2% increase on all categories for each year moving forward after that. So I moved up last year and this year, and then we'll continue to be quite a bit more consistent over the next few years. Staffing office and admin in 2023, we'll see that it is a little bit higher than 2024 and the following years. And a big part of that is a project that council would have seen the last time we came together to discuss the financial plan was with the host compliance program, which we were looking at a one-year trial on that, which is in about the $40,000 mark. And that is really to support specifically short-term rentals. That's been a big focus. It's been the driver behind the business license inspector position. And as that portion of the bylaw department has really grown with short-term rental licenses being up over 200 a year. having this new software program that host compliance really adds to the level of service to the business owners, but also to those community members that are dealing with challenges resulting from short-term rentals, non-compliance, noises, those sorts of things. A big part of that software program includes a 24-hour hotline so that community members can actually phone in at the time they're experiencing a problem and speak to a live operator that can take the notice and begin to issue enforcement steps right from that point on. So it's that's where the increase is there. With the vehicles, there's only the 2 vehicles in the fleet for the bylaw department. We've got the RAV4 and then the newly acquired Ranger, which supports the beach patrols through the summer nights as well too. Again, overall, most of this department, the costs for this are split between the fees and permits, bylaw violations, and then the remainder from property tax collection. So generally, the 2 highlights that were covered in there was the increase in the business license fees, and then that 1-year trial of the host compliance module. Any questions for the
Questions from council? 5 minutes away from a break, everybody, so it's a good time for questions.
I just had one question. You didn't mention in the violations against short-term rentals that are not compliant. Is that under that category?
It does come under that category as well too. So a few years back, we had a big spike in fines related to short-term rentals, and then things have tapered off a little bit. With the if we move forward with the host compliance software again, it has the ability to capture evidence right in the moment. And so we might see an increase in violation fines as a result of that. We didn't incorporate an increase into that plan at the moment because we don't really know. It's a trial. We feel as though there probably are some, but we didn't want to make certain projections at this time without really having a chance to see it. And what I mean by capturing that evidence is lots of times we'll have members of the community that will phone in and say, my neighbor or this person is advertising out of compliance, they're renting out their entire house, or I see now they're advertising for 8 people, but we only allow 6 people. That takes somebody to phone in and make that complaint, or if the license inspector is having the opportunity to actually scan and look for these things. Part of the software module that host compliance is offering now is basically continual snapshots of the advertising. So as we approach a long weekend, if somebody decides to, I'm going to be sneaky and I'm going to advertise all of a sudden we accommodate 8 people instead of 6. If they change their advertising for 1 day, it takes screenshots of that advertisement and it's documented immediately. So we don't have to have somebody looking for it. It's brought to our attention. So we may have opportunities to see more of these things because those types of infractions do happen quite regularly, but they'll be brought to our attention immediately as opposed to us having to go and find them, which may take away from other things. And so,
And could I follow up? Yeah. Does the host compliant issue a ticket, or do you still have to physically?
I think it's set up that they can issue some of the fines based on what we program into the system. They can issue warning letters. There's a number of steps that they can take on, and so I kind of look at having this software as being an alternative to bringing on another staff member that might be able to do a lot of these things. So there's lots of pieces in there that we can program. We set the parameters of what our advertising is, what we allow within the municipality, and then it finds the infractions and starts to notifies homeowners immediately as well too. It calculates what short-term rental owner should be contributing as far as taxes based on room rental nights and things like that. So
Would it, sorry, I just got excited here.
Oh, could I do one more follow-up?
Sure.
How often will the software need to be updated? No?
That's a great question that I think the updates happen all the time. It's a set contract fee for the year, and there's generally increases to the cost over the year. So at this point, we're looking at doing a 1-year trial. So there wouldn't be any cost for updates, and that would just be sort of ongoing software updates, just like other traditional software.
Thank you.
Question. I have a question. Oh, go ahead, Councilor.
How many misdemeanors did we have last year, for instance?
For short-term rentals? Probably quite a few. I would say down from previous years. I don't have a number off the top of my head because it's not something that I oversee every time there's an instance, but lots of warning letters for, in particular around long weekends and those sorts of things. I know we did see a few $1,000s in fines just specifically related to people operating out of compliance, trying to operate prior to having a business license in place, those sorts of things.
Councilor Anderson.
I'd be in favor of increasing business licenses for short-term rentals to cover the cost of the compliance software.
I have a question about the software. Would it be able to, we're having this, as we all know, we're having a significant problem trying to find data for OAP revenue. Now, would the software be able to delineate taxes and incomes from specific online accommodation platforms like Airbnb? Would it be able to get that information for us?
When host compliance, and so just as a refresher for folks as well too, host compliance is a software that we used in the past when we got the business license inspector program up and running. It was what really got us into the driver's seat, gave us a full snapshot of what was going on in the community because of its web crawler capabilities and all sorts of things. But then as our position developed, we got to a point where their software, they weren't adding new modules, so we were able to accomplish what they were doing. So we at that point stopped using the software for a few years. They've now added these new pieces. So when they sent the proposal to me several months ago, they had done a review of all the short-term rental accommodations in Tofino and said, this is the dollar amount that should be coming in from taxes based on what's being operated in the community. So I haven't had the opportunity to dive too much further into how that really breaks down. But it was pretty interesting.
Great. Thank you. And maybe one more question, if I may. I know we're going to have a break here almost momentarily, but just in general guesstimation, I think we're on the SDR issue. It's a significant portion of the bylaw enforcement work. Is it, would you be able to say, hey, that this is how much we put into SDRs compared to other bylaw enforcement and response? I'm putting you on the spot, but you don't have to give me a real number.
I could maybe say it's a third of the overall work. I mean, we have a business license inspector. He's the only one that focuses on short-term rental. So the bulk of his license processing time is spent on the short-term rentals. He does the processing of the other licenses as well, but the short-term rental ones are the ones that do take up the majority of his time because there's more inspections involved with those pieces as well too. So
okay. Thank you very much. Go ahead, one more question, then we're gonna break.
I was just thinking about what Councillor Anderson said about increasing the fees to cover software. But then I was thinking people might argue that it is going to be targeting those who are compliant to help fund something that'll help track the non-compliant. So what if we increased the tickets for, sorry, I'm losing the word here.
The fines.
The fines, thank you. So what if we increase the fines to cover the software rather than business fees so that people who are compliant aren't saying, hey, just something to think about in the future.
Sure. Well, I mean, we have had a significant fees and charges bylaw rewrite, so it's something, of course, we can look at, I guess, if yes, please.
through the chair. That's definitely an interesting point. So I think when we look at the software, it will primarily catch those that are advertising out of compliance, which is a lot easier to enforce on those sorts of things because it's, once the advertisement's there, that's the evidence really. So we have our fines for operating out of compliance basically set at the maximum, which is about $500 per day. Whereas the advertising out of compliance, I think off the top of my head, I believe that one is set at around $250 per day. So there is room to increase those and bump that up as well too. So, but we certainly can review those and offer some suggestions.
Sure. I think that makes a good, I think that makes sense myself. Pardon me?
Yeah.
Maximum, there is a maximum. So there you go. Thank you. Okay. All right, well, on that good note, we'll call a recess. 20, 15? 15 minutes, sure, let's reconvene at 50. You're on.
Welcome back. Okay, we're gonna move on to the fire department. So a quick overview of the department. So at our peak, we have 30 members. We're currently sitting at around 26 with a new recruitment starting within the next month to 6 weeks. So ongoing training every Tuesday night, as many are probably familiar with. Fire department includes fire inspections for most businesses. Some get it annually, some get it every 2 years, some get it every 3 years, depending on the level of risk. And then, of course, our call response, which for 2022, we topped out at just over 300 calls for the year, which is by far the busiest year we've ever had. And I don't know if I'm happy to say or sad to say, we are on track for that same sort of pace right now. Where we stood as of yesterday, we surpassed where we were on that day last year. So, but that's just.
Chief Baker?
Yes.
Could you expand on the calls for service that are in relation to the BC ambulance?
Yeah, I can try in a roundabout way. So of the 300, and I think it was 303 calls that we did, probably 70% of those are medical assistance. And so this is common amongst fire departments throughout BC. Our department focuses only on the most severe calls, those that come in under respiratory distress or cardiac distress. Some departments will go to all types of medical assistance requests, but those are the two most severe that we get. So even with going to only those types of medical calls, it is close to 70% of what we do. We are currently working on actually trying to map out some of those calls to determine what parts of the community are receiving all of that focus. That might be a few months before we can get to that with GIS and that. There's been a definite increase in the last year to 2 years with those calls for service, because although we say that these are the only two types of calls that we are going to attend, across the province, there has been shortages with BC ambulance staffing and otherwise. So we do tend to get a lot more calls for emergency assist to support BC ambulance if they happen to be understaffed or if they happen to have a car that's gone out for transfer. BC ambulance transfers out of town is a regular thing, unfortunately. So there has been an increased number of calls just to support those types of things as well too. So it's definitely a driver of our overall call volume. Not necessarily the biggest one, but it's definitely something that has increased the calls for service for us and other rural, primarily rural. Okay, so budget overview. Just right off the top there, fire protection revenue at 56,000 and then increasing over the next few years. So we do have two fire service agreements currently. One is with the Tinwis Reserve property, and the other one is with Tla-o-qui-aht and Essa-Wista. Two separate contracts so that we will provide fire protection to those areas. The Tla-o-qui-aht Essa-Wista one is about 46,000 per year, and almost all of the remainder of that is for the Tinwis property. Reason we're looking at the increase in 2024 is to probably the biggest increase will be towards the Tinwis property with the increase in the number of staff housing units, the container homes on the property, as well as the new commercial campground that may be opening this year. So for 2024, we're looking at that increase. And then there will be an increase with the Tla-o-qui-aht Essa-Wista agreement as well too, and that is to reflect the inclusion of a new gas station that will be going out to that area as well. Grant revenue, first in my time, almost 7 years now, $25,000 was from the Community Emergency Preparedness Fund, and that was for volunteer and composite fire departments for training and equipment. So we did come before council for that to get a resolution in support of the application for that grant. We were recently notified we were successful for $25,000, which goes towards turnout gear. And that was part of a project sheet that council had seen before for fire department equipment upgrades, which also included $15,000 for turnout gear that we would be funding through taxation, and some new radios as well too. If we look down at indemnities, that's probably the next big driver in the fire department right now, especially in the last couple of years. So indemnities, historically, that has really accounted for the officers that we have. While they are volunteers, they do receive an annual stipend, primarily in the $2,000 range, for all of their extra work for the year. And then right up until last year, anybody that showed up for a call out or a practice, it was $15 per person per call. With the new fire and life safety bylaw that came into play in 2022, that amount increased from $15 per call out to $20. And then we also included a duty officer stipend for an officer and an engineer for all holiday weekends and every weekend through the summer between June 15th and September 15th. So that reflects that substantial change, which 2022 is not included on there, but moving forward, that's what brings that amount higher up. And then staffing office and then that it covers a number of things, including some of the equipment supply and the general expenses for the operations and maintenance and that. Fire hall expenses, aging buildings, as we're familiar with. So those are pretty common expenses through the years, just to ensure that we can do window replacements, door replacements, and a number of other upgrades as needed. And so again, fire department expenses primarily coming out of taxation with the $25,000 this year from the grant. We covered off the two areas here in the budget highlights. And so now we'll just get to a couple of projects that council hasn't seen. So the first one we're calling alternative water source equipment. I think over the last couple of years, it's become more apparent that we have some issues with water supply during our peak demand periods of the year. And then recently over the Christmas period with a couple of fires, we did have reason to start thinking that we need to actually look at ways that we can start pulling water from the ocean in order to better support fire protection initiatives as they come. So this project here, $30,000, this would come from taxation. And what we're looking for is equipment that allows us to actually be able to draft water directly from the ocean and then use that for fire protection as well too. So that in periods of high demand, low supply, we have an alternative means. We have noted here that this is an early budget approval request. The primary reason for that is the equipment that we're looking for here is the same type of equipment that gets used in all wildland fire initiatives. So there's a high demand on this equipment. So if we were to wait until May, we would likely not be able to get that equipment until sometime next year because it all gets purchased up every year for wildland fire attacks. So that's what we're looking at. Any questions about that before I move on to the next one?
Oh, there you go. So I just don't understand this. Would you not have to like do all of our piping to get water to the, or would it be on a truck?
So how this works, great question through the chair. What we're looking at right now is the purchase of portable pumps that we could actually take to, well, if we let's just, for example, use the fire that we had on the 22nd of January directly across from the Bodding's property where there's a boat launch down there. If we had the portable fire pumps that are a part of this project sheet here, we could have set up pumps at the boat launch there, drawn water directly from the ocean and had that pumped straight into the trucks, removing some of the need perhaps to take all the water from fire hydrants so we can go straight from the ocean through the truck right onto the fire. So that's not draining down as much what's in our reservoirs and those sorts of things. So it's just providing a secondary means so that we can make sure in those times when we don't have high volume available in the reservoirs that we can still do what is needed to do to prevent fires from getting bigger.
Okay, can I follow up? So how would that work? Like in areas like Chesterman's where it's not, maybe it's low tide and you're fighting a fire maybe on Howard Drive or someone that's not super easy to just pump straight up.
Yeah, so again, great question. We are really fortunate in Tofino to be fully hydrated, which when water levels are great, we are really, really lucky. Many communities out on the coast, they 100% rely on drafting and water shuttling, which is what we're talking about here. So the scenario that I just described, that would be a very simple one, directly from the source, straight up a line directly onto the fire. In most communities, what you have to do, and what we would be capable of doing as well, is pulling from the ocean into basically a portable pool. And a truck drives back and forth and takes water out of the pool, goes to the fire, dumps it into another pool where it can then be pumped onto the fire. So it's a drafting and water relay process, which many communities are very familiar with. We train on it, we practice on it, but we're looking at improving our tools to be able to get directly from the ocean because we are challenged. We don't have lakes, streams, or ponds that are as easy to access. So this equipment is intended for ocean use. So.
Perhaps, just perhaps for council, as benefit, it would be maybe, I would like just have you just share the significant draw that the recent fires had on our water reserve and how that may look, you know, if it happened in the summertime, why this is important.
Yeah, being absent at that time, I may not be the best person to provide that, but perhaps Aaron Rogers may be able to.
Chief Baker, for the fire, just a little bit of context, I was this incident commander for the fire. And so my second call was to Public Works to make sure that they were ready for the demand that we were just about to put on the system to put out what was a fairly large fire. In the end, we used about half of downtown's water in about 8 hours. And we ran a model, and speaking from a Public Works seat, last summer, we ran a model for the community based on a very similar fire to what we actually experienced, which told us the same things, which is fine. This time of year, we refilled in about a day. But in the summertime, if we were to have the same fire, we'd have to go to stage 4 immediately. And we may not catch up for the rest of the summer. It's that severe. So again, lucky at the time of the year, and lucky that we were downtown. But if you have something larger or longer, so what we think about a lot of in terms of Chief Baker saying for this tool is that something on Lynn Road may not be as big of an issue because it's tend to be a house fire. And house fires are half an hour, an hour. We don't use a ton of water. It's when we get into the downtown core or our large resorts, you know, subject to not necessarily the beach ones, big fires where you really need a lot of water is kind of where this would be really useful for us. Our trucks can pull 3 times what our hydrants can provide us. So actually going to the ocean is a better idea for firefighting because we pull 3 times as much water through our engines than we can through the high current hydrant system.
Yes, Councilor Thomas.
This would be something that would enhance the service we already have. Say there was a fire, would the first response still be get the hydrant going to cut down on your response time and then separate vehicles would be running to draw that water? Or would this be replacing going to the hydrant and then reducing or making the response time longer?
I would say this would be a way to enhance what we're able to offer through most of the year. But in certain periods of the year, depending on the demand, it might be the only option available. On top of that as well, too, this equipment directly relates to any actual wildland fire we may experience in this community. And that is a real thing out here as well, too. So a growing concern year by year.
I think this is essential, and you probably should have had it already. So there you go. There's my early budget approval
I'm
statement.
assuming it's gas or diesel powered or
Gas powered.
Thank you.
So our next project on a slightly larger scale is an air filling station and SCBA replacement. The timeline on this project, and this one is new for council as well, is it's broken into two parts. The air filling station, we're looking at 2024, and then the SCBA replacement for 2025. So starting with the air filling station. So all of our air cylinders that we do have, which the fire department currently has about 65 of them, we have no ability to actually refill those ourselves. So we get about, if we're working, we get about a 12 to 15 minute maximum air supply from each one of those cylinders. When we need to have them filled, we are 100% reliant on one local business in town, only the one that does it. And fortunately, things have worked extremely well over the years. They have been 100% supportive of us, and they've been there when we have needed them. We have had a couple incidents over the past few years where in the middle of a fire operation, we have desperately required immediate filling of more air cylinders. And we've been very fortunate that they have answered the door. They've opened up recently through the Christmas period. It was in the middle of the night, I believe 3 a.m. and they opened up their shop and they were supporting us to fill air stations. Moving forward with the amount of training that we do and the potential for incidents, it's becoming more and more important that we look at ways to become self-reliant, so that if something were to happen to that business, even something that happens to their equipment. There has been periods over the last couple of years where I've gone down to fill air cylinders and they have let me know our equipment is down for the next week while we are doing some maintenance or replacing certain components. So if that were to happen during a potential fire scene, that could be very, very challenging and limiting to our response for that particular scene. So as most fire departments have done, we're looking at being self-reliant and creating or purchasing our own air filling station. Ucluelet Fire Department went through this last year. They're in the exact same position of having one local business that was able to support them. That business notified them that they were changing their model and they would no longer be able to operate that. So they purchased their system. So for 2024, we're looking at for that particular part of the project, that item was at about $70,000, which was budgeted for that, so that we would be able to start doing that. So not just on fire scenes, but also through our training process as well. We did a firefighter basically rescue training weekend at the end of September. Just over the course of that one weekend, we went through 70 air cylinders. So every day running down and getting cylinders filled so that we could just continue through with that really important training weekend. So that's the first part of that. And then in 2025, we are looking at the replacement of all of our self-contained breathing apparatus packs, which includes the cylinders as well too. So this goes hand in hand with the first part of the project. We currently have 16 of those units and looking at replacing them. The ones that we are operating right now, they were all purchased at the most recent purchase of those was 20 years ago. And so we're at that time that we really do need to start looking at it. Those ones were all designed at that time to provide in just static conditions. If you were sitting there, you turn on your air and that's going to last for about 22 minutes. But while working, exerting energy, it's 12 to 15 minutes. Those standards no longer apply. So the new ones now all provide a minimum of 45 minutes of air as well too. So keeping up with standards and acknowledging the fact that every year when we do our maintenance program on this equipment, it's getting harder and harder to source parts for units that are of that vintage. So the funding source on that project, a portion of that coming out of the C&I levy, and then the remainder of that for taxation. It is a couple of years away, but we did want to get that before council early on so we can start thinking. That's the last of my projects. So if there are any questions regarding those or anything else?
No questions? Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. I'm going to pass this over to Aaron Rogers, Infrastructure and Public Works. Mayor Council. I'm going to present the Infrastructure and Public Works 2023 to 2027 budget today. Helping me out today, assisting me will be Simon Kirkland, who's going to run through all the projects for us. So what I'll be doing is going through the operating revenues and expenses fairly slowly. This is again a new department for me, so I want to make sure that I'm explaining this correctly, and I'll also take any questions. It's a pretty big budget. So you can sit back and get ready to enjoy 2 hours. Again, I think we all know what Infrastructure and Public Works is, but in case we don't, we take care of engineering, asset management, and project management. We take care of public works, which is our water, sewer systems, water systems, roads, fleet, parks, and facilities. As well, we have some side projects of water conservation, paid parking, waste, and climate change. The one item I'd just like to address at the very beginning is that the budget for public works or infrastructure and public works has changed a little bit this year from past years, as we've, through our district reorganization, brought in parks and some RMI projects. And so our staffing and what our taxation looks like is going to be a little bit different. We don't have any comparables to 2022, but if we have any questions about what it looked like last year compared to what it looks like this year, it'll be a question I'll have to take away and see what I can do after this meeting, and working with Laura Dever to help me out with that. Before we get into the meat of the presentation, I'm just going to give a really brief overview of our pay parking program and what we're expecting over the next couple of years. Up here we can see that our total revenues are kind of a best guesstimate. You can tell because they're all the same for the next 5 years, but we expect to bring in about $1.1 million in total revenues. The new piece up on this slide is the parking revenue from the downtown core. In terms of what we'd actually be transferring to reserve, so what we're netting out, we're looking at about $700,000 projected for next year, if our estimates are correct, and if we implement downtown paid parking this year. I think there is a further conversation for council to have amongst themselves about where that $706,000 will be allocated each year. But I think perhaps, Deborah, that will be at the following budget meeting, or when do we intend to have that conversation?
Through the chair, I was maybe Ms. Antiana would actually know that.
Yeah, so that was for the allocation of parking revenues. Yeah, so we've, for planning purposes, have not included allocations to pay parking revenue or minimal amounts, only to go back into infrastructure related to for the creation of more parking. So you'll see that in it, or you did see that in the Neil Street project that we brought more previously. So for now, the 2021 amounts will be transferred into a reserve. It gives us time to have those discussions. I would expect that they would occur at the April 4th budget meeting or prior to. We're just working on the appropriate timing for that. So as of now, we are not allocating those funds in any way, and we still have time to have the discussion to determine how they'll be allocated.
The hot topic among staff.
Back.
Lots of hands in the pot. I'd love to take any questions now on pay parking, I think, before we move on to onto the next section.
Councillor Sloan?
I'm just curious with like the pay parking, and I think some of our offshore Indigenous communities are growing, and I understand there's some sort of agreement with their parking. Would they not maybe need to take over some of our pay parking spots as their communities continue to grow and maybe affect that income
get revenues?
Yeah, through the chair, Councilor Solomon, I think there could be something we'll have to consider in the years to come. There has been I haven't been involved in those conversations up to date, so that was obviously occurred in Public Works before I was there. I am aware of the conversations that are happening. I don't believe that they're having any conversations about more parking being allocated to the First Nations or other offshore parkers. Like, I don't believe that conversation has ever happened. For the 2023 program for the downtown core, we're planning on basing it off the existing allotment that we have for the nations. And so 200 odd spaces in the downtown core set aside. That's run through a separate system, permit system that again, I haven't had any input to it, so I can't really speak to it. But it'll be a side-by-side system. But at this point, we haven't really considered whether we'll be giving up additional, District of Tofino parking in favor of the nations. I would imagine this would be something that would come forward as a part of the council discussion. It obviously is parking, but it's fraught with a lot of political overtones and undertones, in that space about land and who gets to use it and stuff. So I think that's for me, it's a big question, and hoping for next year to keep it as simple as I can, which is basically build the downtown paid parking program off the existing parking. So what we'll do is take anywhere that we have time parking and then pay parking, and anywhere that's offshore parking remains as offshore parking, and not deal with that yet until we have some sort of political direction or request for that. But if that wasn't come forward, then we would obviously just readjust our parking revenues for the following years, depending on what happened.
Thanks.
Question? Sure. Okay, parking. Are we going to, let's say, when are we going to get a paid parking fee rate review? I thought that was coming, so we could tweak it and see what's working and what's not. I think that was coming. That was the previous manager of infrastructure and public works.
To the chair.
I get the tough questions. I'm not aware of that, so we'd have to go back and have a look at what staff's commitment was to council. I know on an annual basis, we do look at pay parking fees and determine how we can project our budgets and ensure that we're covering costs. So we'll have to go away and work on that and come back to council.
Okay. Can I add that? So on the previous report to council, we did sort of discuss some of the options that may be available to us, identified by our parking consultants for increases in the beach area. And one of the items that they discussed, that they informed me about, was this conversation with my predecessor about rates and raising it. And the idea that I understand was that in 2023, as we introduced downtown parking, to be very careful about raising the beach stuff at the same time, because we're going to introduce the community a pretty significant change, and just to try to just be mindful of people's concerns and ability to pay. And so that was what I was told. And again, we haven't moved forward with any of this yet, but definitely we could consider it.
This, I just for reference, I remember during the pay parking conversation, there was the idea that maybe it's getting off topic, but the idea is that the annual rates were high enough to be prohibitive, and the lowering annual rates may entice more people to just get the annual, and then the fees would increase. That was one example of what was discussed that at some point I thought was going to come back for review for council to sort of see, not only just upping the rates, but actually, rearranging it so that entice more people to go for the annual fee. And maybe that's something, I'm not sure that would apply for downtown paid parking, but that's something that I'm just be interested to see a more detailed, data-oriented, sociological, exploration of these.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think, in my few conversations I've had with our parking consultants, I'm constantly amazed about how far you can go down that rabbit hole, and how experienced they are in sort of determining what a community or a population can bear in terms of parking and pricing. Maybe I'll just really quickly highlight and I think we've talked about this with the council already, but we're moving forward with implementation of downtown parking this year. Very soon, we'll be starting to reach out to the community about the program to start generating some feedback to help us fine tune the plan. Sort of high level, it'll begin sometime in May and sometime in near the end of October. It'll be specific areas of the downtown, and it doesn't include Camel Street, and it'll be limited to about 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily through those ones. Any questions? Okay, sorry.
Seeing none. Carry on.
Okay, so now we're going to be looking at the Public Works Department. So looking at our operating budget overview, or what I sort of consider revenues, we're going to be receiving grants and contributions of $500,000 this year. Let me see if I can see the notes here. Those are related to our Mackenzie Beach Road grant, as well as our Surf Rider donations. So the grants receiving in 2023 towards our projects. We receive funds from our fees to help pay for some of our public works yard and our internal vehicle charges. So those are internal transfers, Laura, like to you, coming from our fees to support the Public Works Department. The transfers from reserves, those are the largest, coming out of C&I levies for some of our bigger projects, the continuation of the First Street Dock project, Mackenzie Beach Road, the Arnett and Olson Road storm, and a number of asset management projects. And I just want to draw council's attention to the bottom line, which is garbage. This is based off of previous years when we were selling garbage tags, as the ACRD is now responsible for our waste removal fully. I believe this will be removed from, or this will be at zero for the next iteration of the budget in April. Any questions on revenues coming into Public Works?
Seeing none.
So how will we spend all this money? Staffing, office and admin sort of moves up on a yearly basis, generally related to inflation and changes in projects. It kind of varies year to year. Wages stay fairly stable. There are some big asset management projects that are also buried in those line items, and so we see some increases over the next couple of years. The Public Works building we've noticed in 2023 is about $20,000 higher than in subsequent years. That's to do with the repair of our roof at Public Works, which is leaking. Capital projects, again, I think we talked about them in the previous slide, but the large capital projects that we're going to undertake this year, at least 4, if not I guess it would be 5 capital projects we hope to undertake. Part of the reason we're looking to do all of this in 2023, 2024, again, is because we have contractors mobilized to the community that we haven't had before, and there's opportunities there for us to perhaps save a little bit on mobilization and other costs. And then finally, in the line item fleet and equipment, I would like to say that this line will likely change between now and the next budget meeting as we start to try to pin down our fleet and our fleet management program. It's currently a topic of conversation at Public Works. Any questions on this one?
But I have one question. I gotta ask a question. But about fleet, I know that we're, the aim is sustainability, and EVs were a big topic. I just wondered. That doesn't look like a lot of EV vehicles. But maybe I just wondered how that's going.
We don't have. It's again. Going back to before I was at Infrastructure and Public Works, I know it was a topic of conversation, and I think there's been a lot of conversations at this table over the years about moving towards electric vehicles. It's my hope that we bring in a professional consultant to run our fleet management with that in mind. Again, EVs work for a whole bunch of reasons for the planet, but they also work great for us because of maintenance. There's a lot less maintenance to do on an EV. I mean, you're supposed to take care of tires
and, windshield wipers and such, but your maintenance costs can drive down pretty low, and obviously your fuel costs, which is where we're seeing a lot of increases. So I think that'll be part of a long-term plan. And I think that plan, the reason this number may change is that plan is still in discussion. Are we going to outsource? Are we going to do it internal? What's our program? What is our hope is that number will reflect the replacement of 1 or 2 vehicles per year on a constant basis. So that vehicles are never getting old enough to start breaking down, costing us a lot of money, and we're more constantly doing that. So it's my expectation that you'll see that budget, it'll stabilize, and there'll be some peaks and valleys. Some years we might have to place 3, and other years we might have to place 1. But this goes back to Ms. Bodder's comments about canoe procurement. We're looking at working with Canoe to source out some professional consultant who does this for a living and outsourcing that. But it's an open conversation at this point.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to clarify the numbers that we see on the fleet and equipment line are related specifically to the operating expenses for our current fleet. So things like fuel, insurance, maintenance, and that kind of thing. And when we talk about fleet replacement, we'd see them in the kind of capital projects line. And I think there is a slide that you'll be talking about. There's only a few currently scheduled outside of what we're looking at, the special vehicles outside of the what would fall under that management program.
Yeah, the management program would take care of what I think we discussed at the previous meeting, like regular vehicles, and then we have to also account for our irregular vehicles like excavators and boats. This year, capital wise, if we don't go with this leasing program, we're going to have to purchase $175,000 truck to replace Unit 2, which is our dump truck, which will be for sale soon in Port Alberni because it was a 1994 dump truck that's come to the end of its life. And so it's our hope that we work with the fleet management program that maybe we don't have to pay $125,000 all at once. And we have a plan to replace things sooner than 30 years.
Great. I'm very much in support of moving to EVs, by the way. That's my comment. But anyway, all right, any other questions? Seeing none.
The last slide for Public Works before I hand it over to Mr. Kirkland is this one. So we see some expenses in our streets and our sidewalks, which are related to the operating costs to maintain those. Our drainage increases in 2023 are related to asset management plans and a surface drainage assessment. And you can see that sort of changing over the years. Washrooms, garbage, and stump dump. Though the increases we see in 2024 and 2025 are largely related to the zero waste program that was introduced, I think, last year to council, that we've moved forward a year to give us some time to think about that. And so that's what those, those are 2024, 2025 in that line item. In terms of our facilities and structures, we can see where we're spending some money on the roof. And finally, in Parks and Trail, this is sort of new for us, but would cover the increases we see in 2024 related to the Parks and Recreation Master. So that is Public Works. I'm happy to take any questions here. If I have any detailed questions, I'll have to delve into my computer, but I'm happy to try to answer them.
Councillor Anderson, then Councillor Master.
I'm just wondering if the stump dump closure annual cost will ever go away.
We believe.
Is there a point where it's actually closed?
Yes. So in the current budget, we have it budgeted for 2023 and 2024 at $5,000 annually. And we don't have budgeted past that time. So Mr. Kirkland is looking into that closure plan. So we're going to do a little bit more, a couple more conversations with consultants, but we believe we'll be able to close that, if not this year, then next year for sure.
Is it district property?
it's Alberni-Clackatt Regional District. And currently we're using it, part of the closure plan was to add fill, and we're using a lot of the off burden from the wastewater treatment plant project to start capping and filling the areas that we're required to through our plan.
Thanks. Councilor Master.
We're going to see some improvement to our outside benches, which are rotting in places, and some of our planters, which looked as if they're from Alberta with prairie grass.
It's fair to Councilor McMaster, we'll take those notes and I'll have a conversation with our labor team about that. Again, this parks is new for me, so I haven't heard that yet, but we'll take notes. I will get back to council. It's fine.
Super, carry on.
Okay, I think I'll hand this over to. Oh, okay. Give you highlights. We talked about briefly about parks and trails, staff and operating expenses, and Monk's Park moving over. I think as everybody's seen, we've seen a lot of increases in costs in our operations based on the purchase of materials and supplies, especially fuel, but also things like shipping. And then we're seeing some more significant increases in repairs and maintenance expenses related to deferred maintenance. So for example, pick up streetlights. If you go up Lone Cone and if you look at the streetlight, you'll notice that it doesn't have a cover where you access the wires at the base of the streetlight, and you can't put a new one on because it's rusted out on the other side. And so right now what we have is wood taped on there to make it safe. These streetlights haven't been like that probably since they were put in. And so we're going to start looking at this type of repair. Streetlights are important for a number of reasons. And I think this is just the beginning, and items that we expect that our asset management program will help highlight for us. And then this will be coming to council on a yearly basis for decisions on levels of service and funding. Oh, early budget approval requests. In terms of operating expenses, we're looking at some early budget approvals. One would be streetlights at the First Street dock. We'd like to fund that through the CNI levy. The Lone Cone critical streetlight repairs, which I just mentioned, also through the levy. Line painting as well. Public Works yard roof repairs, and community hall roof repairs. You'll also know in the future slide we'll be talking about the water treatment plant, Moncton water treatment plant, where we need a roof repair as well. So those are our early budget approval requests in terms of operating. Can I ask a question to Ms. Morehouse? Is there a resolution at the end for these? Okay, so we don't. Council like to discuss any of these, the budget?
I have a comment on streetlights.
Yep.
Now we have a dark sky policy, and I noticed some of the streetlights, at least on the Ministry of Transportation, are extremely bright. I'm not sure if they replaced them with brighter lights or whatever, but when we do ours, did we not have a council resolution to limit the amount of and the one quality of the light?
So maybe I'll back up and try to explain as best I can. So they starting with the Ministry of Transportation or BC Hydro, actually BC Hydro lights. They did give us a choice. They gave us the choice that you give your 4-year-old. Would you like the apple or just the orange? Not what you want to eat. And so we got a chance of a brighter light and a little bit less brighter light. We chose a little bit less brighter light, which is what we've ended up with. Those were our choices. We took the least bright one. We're receiving a fair amount of feedback from community members who are having issues with these lights, including my own family. And basically we've been instructed to phone or get in contact with BC Hydro, let them know the issue, and then we'll see what happens. We've started a budget, depending on what we can do, and this is an ongoing conversation, is if the district is interested in assigning taxation money that we're putting in the budget this year at $5,000 a year to contribute to BC Hydro to perhaps be able to put some of the shades on those so that we're still lighting up the areas that we need to be lit so that intersections are safe and sidewalks are safe, but we're not shining it directly into people's faces, which is what's happening right now. So that's kind of an ongoing conversation about their streetlights. In terms of our streetlights, I can't find any plans. We've been on our subdivision development bylaw. I know there's a dark sky policy because I think I wrote it in 2008. There's no policy about it. I haven't found a council resolution about it. So what our team is doing now is looking into a standard streetlight for the District of Tofino, which would be LED and like the dark sky compliant. We're trying to determine that so that as we start repairing these, instead of maybe repairing lights that no one wants, we're replacing them with lights that is our standard and standardizing everything. So it seems to me that many subdivisions in Tofino, because we haven't had a standard, have gotten whatever the developer thinks is matches their design or whatever the cheapest at the time. So that's something that we'll be working on this year. So hopefully by the time we come back to council next year, we'll have a standard in place. So you may see that come to council this year, and then we try to address some of the concerns we have with dark sky.
That's great, because I would actually propose streetlight repairs if they were going to make them shine into people's windows and
Yeah,
impact their quality of life personally.
yeah, these streetlight repairs are basically on safety. We have open electrical stuff like that. So kids can, legit kid levels, like you can stick your hand and grab the wires. And so I think Chief Baker can speak to that. But so this is something we just want to get done. But in advance, let the council understand that we are going to have a program in place for this next year.
Thanks.
Okay. Kirkland.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Those capital projects that we have coming up. So Mackenzie Beach road paved. So I think once the grant application goes, if we get this capital project in the works, then we can kind of move forward with finalizing design and pushing this project out to tender. Kind of shows the different funding sources as they're spread throughout there. And right now the budget request, I believe, is based on a Class B estimate. This in the future is going to alleviate the ongoing maintenance that we have to do on that road, especially during the summer months when it's super busy. I'll ask if there's questions on each one as I go through. Is that appropriate through the chair?
Why don't we just, we'll just let you go and somebody can put their hand up.
Sounds good. The west float replacement down at the First Street Wharf. So this is an ongoing project that we started with procurement in 2022, and the construction works have been ongoing in the early parts of this year. So far, we've completed replacing the actual west float with crews, just completing the upgraded transition plate to help with the slope of the ramp as it goes down with the tide fluctuations. Upcoming works on this capital project are putting safety guardrails around the entire wharf, installing slide gates at the ladder locations so that commercial vessels can still access and unload materials and goods at those locations. So that's kind of upcoming, coming in the March and April. And we'll be assessing the ladders that are currently in place. And if needed, there's budget to upgrade the existing ladders. We're also going to be upgrading the east float, upgrading some of the for safety, just for emergency egress for EMS and fire department down there. Yeah, we're hoping that this work kind of wraps up just before the end of May of this year. The project's funded. You see the spread there between CNI levy and donation, which we did receive a donation from Surfrider, which we're super grateful for that. And I believe they were able to reuse some of the EPS foam floats from the existing dock. They were able to repurpose a portion of those for some of the Surfrider's initiatives too. So that's good. So Arnett Road storm improvements. So we've got somewhat of an indicative design in place for this work right now, which will kind of upgrade the storm system around Arnett and Cedar Street area. We're hoping that, well, the plan is to line up this replacement work with the sewage effluent outfall and conveyance work with the wastewater treatment plant project, potentially administrating the work through change management process with the wastewater treatment plant, because we're going to be excavating in that area at that time and have crews mobilized. The budget, I believe originally was significantly higher. I think it was, we had 750,000 previously. Working with our third-party engineering consultants, we've kind of dialed down what the actual scope is required to deal with some of the drainage issues in that area.
I have a question on this one.
Mhm.
My mom lives on Arnett Road and there's been continual drainage issues on her property. Will that be addressing that? That's up near the,
Through the chair, yeah, those two, I believe I know which residents you're talking, the second one in just past Cedar Street. So through the chair, that this would be taking care of some of that problem or of that issue, I should say.
Perhaps I just add, this project is directly related to your mom's letter to council and trying to address it now as we're.
okay, thanks.
Carry on.
So carry on. Asset management, which is an awesome initiative that we're going to start undertaking. I think we're looking for early budget approval on that one. Sorry, on Arnett, we're also looking for early budget approval request as well, just to backtrack, but that'll come in the recommendation section of the overall presentation. So yeah, the asset management system. So we're currently staffed up with our asset management team. We hired a coordinator who's our old emergency program coordinator, and he's moved to that position. And we have a technician coming on board in April, which is great. So asking for early release so we can procure software, which will allow us to start uploading our different assets into a centralized database. As Mr. Thick stated earlier, we're going to utilize kind of the same software district-wide, so everything can kind of communicate together nice and easily and transfer. Having this software in place is going to allow us to start kind of planning our preventative maintenance programs for all the different assets. It's super important that we're going to have this in place to line up with the closeout of the wastewater treatment plant project, because there's hundreds of different asset attributes that will need to get uploaded into this system. And, just want to make sure that kind of lines up with substantial completion and starting into the warranty periods of all that different process equipment.
Through the chair, again, Simon's referencing the use of PSD citywide software and he's mentioning the number of upon completion of the wastewater treatment plant, the number of attributes. So that all ties in with our capitalization of those assets and our presentation on our financial statements. So I was just closing the loop on that.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner. So yeah, and asking for early budget approval request for this, so we can actually get some tangible kind of work done with putting different assets in there. I mean, we want to, for some kind of detailed kind of examples, go out and start GPS surveying different things we have in the field right now, uploading and completing our naming conventions for different assets, all that kind of stuff. Move on. Our fleet management system, as Mr. Rogers was chatting about earlier, or discussing earlier in the presentation. So we're exploring if we're going to move with going into utilizing a fleet management service provider, which we would do so through the canoe procurement stream. On top of that, we have some budget in here to replace some of our alternative sort of pieces of equipment like our boat, potentially upgrading some of our heavy equipment as well. So that's that section of the capital projects. If there's any kind of overarching questions from the chair.
Oh, Councilor Harris.
No questions, but I hope we are thanking and maybe giving some recognition to Surfrider for their contribution at First Street. That's all.
It's great.
I was going to table that comment and then think about what format that could be in, things like that.
I have a very general question. What's the white mini sea can that's over with the construction here? Like, what is that? Like, it's a little often, like there was that like white.
The one up here? or-
Yeah. Like little box or something they got?
Does a CC can?
The one up by the school you're talking about?
Yeah, like it
Yeah,
just
so-
used to hang out with the pipes and
Yeah.
I was just wondering like what that is.
No, that's a great question. Through the chair. So that's the fusing equipment. So
Oh,
for
okay.
HDP piping it's essentially melts the piping so the piping can be fused together. So then we don't have any mechanical fittings in the ground.
Oh, okay.
Everything's continuous connections.
Cool. I saw it getting carried over from the public works yard the other night
Okay.
on the front end of that excavator, and I was like, it was just crazy.
If that's what it is
I
that
think
describing it, I think that's what.
Yeah, because
Through the chair, I think.
it hangs out with the pipes and it moves
Yeah.
around with them, so I thought that's cool.
Any questions like that? Happy to answer. Yeah,
Excellent. All right.
I'll move on then. So then into our water side, and I think there's a section here that Mr. Rogers will walk through.
So before I get going, are we breaking lunch at noon or 12:30? Or do we know? We're breaking lunch?
It'll be noon-ish. The catering is a little bit late, so we could probably go a little past noon.
Okay, we'll go until the catering gets here.
Okay, so we're going to be discussing the water section, the water department of infrastructure and public works. Again, we're looking at our revenue slides. Basically, all of our water expenses come out of our water fees. We can see in the grants and contributions, we see 27,500 slated for 2023. That's related to the Municipal Natural Assets Initiative project from Mears Island. It would be a grant. We haven't received it yet, but we've applied. And in 2024, we see quite a large grant coming in. We've applied for a grant to upgrade our pump station at Bay Street to add a secondary form of treatment, which is a UV system. That's grant dependent, that project. So those are what we're seeing there. And in 2027, you see another large project. I don't know off the top of my head, but will relate to one of the Mears Island projects. We have a number of them, Mears Island. You can also expect to see the years 25 to 2027 and next year to 2028 change significantly as a result of the water master plan. And so we want to make sure we have some space there to figure out what we actually want to do. And so I think council expects to see some significant changes from 2025 and on. And I think that's it for the slide, unless anybody has any questions.
See none.
I should just mention really quickly, the water charges, they're increasing, we increasing 3% per year. So you'll see those moving up, and other water charges moving up over the year. It's basically 3% increase. In terms of staffing and office, what we see we see a fairly large number in 2023. That again, that line item encompasses the water master plan projects. That's why it's significantly higher in 2023. We have operating costs for boats, one boat, which may change in 2024 if we opt to purchase a new boat. Reservoirs, you can see they go up and down over the years. Those are to do The change is basically to do with our inspection regime, so we're inspecting about every 2 years for our reservoirs. And then water treatment stays largely the same. There is I think in 2023, we have a new chlorine analyzer and a roof repair. No questions?
Councilor Anderson.
Do our water use fees contribute to reserves for possible water expansion?
Don't believe so unless there's surplus. I guess this is a question I'll have to defer to the finance department.
Or is that an appropriate
I think it's a
thing all to consider?
The question, Councilor Anderson, you're asking is, do our water fees contribute to our capital expenses?
Yes, so it depends on the year, and it depends on the type of expenditure. Typically, they don't contribute to capital with respect to renewal of assets. If we're expanding our assets and it's a small capital asset, we may utilize user fees in 1 year to pay for that capital asset. But it's not typical to see a large proportion of those fees. We are reviewing utility rates in the water and the sewer class, and that's going to give us an opportunity to determine how we want to incorporate the CNI levy and the user fees together, and how we're going to service the debt on the wastewater treatment plant. So it's an ongoing discussion, but currently, and for the most part, the two are separate.
Thank you.
In the final slide, we can see our line item for water meters. It's a little bit higher than in previous years, as we're going to outfit all district facilities with water meters, so we can start tracking some of the water that's currently not being tracked, that we're paying to create, polishing our water. And we'd like to get a better understanding of how much water is going through our facilities, and there are opportunities for us to reduce that, especially in the summer months. In terms of projects. I don't think I have a lot more to say about these. You can see some of these are larger capital projects, and I don't think I have anything else on that slide.
I have a question on this one.
Councilor Sloman and then Councilor McMaster, did you have that? No.
Regarding the water meters, now, am I correct that I was watching a previous council meeting when you guys discussed loss of like unaccounted water? And some people have brought it to my attention that possibly the 4th Street dock and Olson Road is maybe a source of this water. Is there meters there, like for like the liver boards, I think they're called?
So 4th Street and Olson Road. I don't know if there is a meter on there. I would assume there would be one at 4th, but we can look into it. And Olson, I don't know to tell you that. I would ask a question I'd have to bring back to the public works or the utility staff. So primarily I would check with Brad.
And would that be an option for the water meters, or is that not?
It would, if there isn't a water meter there, then it would likely be the responsibility of the user to pay for that. We would install it, so that would be the Harbor Authority that would be paying for that, because those are both Harbor Authority docks. And then I'm not sure off the top of my head whether we have I don't know if finance knows if we have a utility account for them. We can look into it for sure.
Thanks.
Sorry, my last item. The projects, there's a significant, it's significantly more in 2023 than in the years following. That's the basic, the last year of our low flow program on Mears Island. And so, and then after that, that program ends. Again, the water master plan may tell us that we want to do a different monitoring program, but for now, the current program is 2023. And in terms of water lines, that little bit of extra you see in 2023 is related to a live tap tool to allow us to tap into our water mains while they're live. in with these sneaky.
Okay. Sorry,
Yeah, go ahead.
sorry. This is maybe just, I was just thinking about what you were mentioning with the lost water and everything, and I noticed the other day hydrants being flushed, I'm guessing in association with pipes being replaced. Will that work be continuing through the summer, and is that going to affect the amount of water, and if we do go into water restrictions, would that affect the construction?
I'll try to answer part of that, and then I may defer to Mr. Kirkland about the project. Where were the hydrants you're speaking of being flushed, downtown or?
Yeah, I saw one just, I feel like it was just up here by the school.
School, and was it, do you know if it was District of Tofino staff or?
It appeared to be.
Water testing, they were testing.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, we have a water
Oh,
testing
okay.
program where we do flush. We tend to do a lot, including using, a lot of the departments will do all that type of stuff during the winter time when we have
Oh, okay.
limited amounts of water.
I was wondering if it was because of the construction, and then I was like, oh man, if we're doing that throughout the summer, that'll be, okay, it's cool.
Yeah, I think, I may just expand a little bit, I might still defer to you, Mr. Kirkland. Is that the fire department also does most of its spraying of water in the wintertime as well, and then it stops during the summertime. And then very recently, I think for the first time, we've started asking folks who are building. So for example, the Tofino Housing Corporation, they use our water as their building, and in the past that water wasn't accounted for. We now have meters on our hydrants that they're using for construction things that we're actually charging for water. So we're getting there, and I think this is, you know, kind of highlights where we have to, how detailed we're gonna have to get to conserve water and start writing down all these different avenues. In terms of the wastewater treatment plant project, will they be using hydrants?
Yeah, through the charity, the construction team's on a meter at the actual work site for what their location is. There will be some water that will need to get used to hydrostatic testing on some of the pipes, but we're gonna try and schedule that work so it's a little bit later this year, so it's outside of the kind of low supply, high usage periods.
Cool.
If that answers the question.
Yeah, it does, thank you.
And then to some water capital projects that we have on the go. So the district water master planning project, which everyone's pretty keen on here. So we're looking for early budget approval requests. Having this early approval on budget will allow us to finalize awarding, advising the preferred proponent of the notice to award, and then allow us to move in going to the report to council phase to go for that recommendation to award the contract. And yeah, I won't speak too much to this, as it's going to inform many capital projects in the next 5 or 10 years of what we really need to upgrade with respect to our water infrastructure. Mears Island Natural Capital Asset Initiative, which Mr. Rogers was speaking to a little bit earlier. So kind of just getting a little bit more involved in this sort of stuff, but this will help. If we're successful in this, this will help to kind of secure Mears Island, to future-proof it as an actual natural asset to this area. Provides path forward to ensure that Tla-o-qui-aht nations are recognized and compensated for the use of the Tla-o-qui-aht land resource as well. There's one more that wasn't really listed here, but we are out for a grant application right now to do some upgrades at our Bay Street water pumping station to do UV treatment to that component of our water supply system as well.
Yes, Mr. Bordner.
Through the chair, the Tofino Harbor Authority, there are 2 meters, one on 4th Street and one on Olson Road.
And Councillor Anderson, did you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if Bay Street pumps hit the total capacity of the pipes coming into it, or if it's possible to upgrade it. So it could, in the event of a fire or something, fill our reservoirs faster. Even
Yeah, through the chairs, are you like, so part of doing the water master plan will assess and kind of recommend if there is a capital project that we do want to go with, which could potentially increase what the supply rate is to that treatment plant, and then potentially increase pumping capacity to the distribution. At this time, the capital project that we have a grant application out for is just to install UV treatment equipment, which brings us up to Vancouver Island Health Authority requirements. So if that answers that answer.
Yeah, I was just curious if there's any extra capacity, and I mean, assuming the supply at the other end could handle it too.
Yeah.
And then the other question I had, I understand we're treating liquid waste to quite a high standard. And is there any appropriate potential uses for the water coming out of the liquid waste treatment plant? Irrigation or firefighting or other ways that we might utilize some of that water to alleviate demand?
Through the chair, I mean, there are technologies out there that you can utilize, different things like that. We don't have any detailed or immediate plans to go forward with doing that. I mean, it's something staff could potentially explore in the future to see what there is there. I mean, if you're reusing secondary treated effluent, I mean, we are exploring more immediately kind of reclaiming some of that water to use as processed water within the actual wastewater plant, to essentially eliminate water usage for process reasons at the facility. I mean, domestic's always going to be domestic. I mean, you get into different things. There's sediment that's in the effluent tank still after the treatment. There is still some particulate, so you have to have strainers and things like that. But yeah, it's definitely something we can explore. I just can't speak to the feasibility of it at this time.
Great.
Thank you.
Problem. Let's see what comes up next here. Some infrastructure and public works. So sewer system now. So our sewer infrastructure. I'll pass it over to Mr. Rogers to go through the operational stuff here.
And is that the caterer right there? It is?
I believe so.
Should we, I think it's a good time to break.
It might be appropriate with sewer talk right after.
First talk about sewers after.
No food. Oh, there's no food.
5 minutes.
Okay, carry on then.
I probably get through these in 5.
Perfect.
I will get through these in 5.
We'll keep our questions about sewer
Sewer guy here.
germane to the.
Good thing I got steel toe boots to shut myself before.
In terms of revenues, we can see we have revenues that come in on a yearly basis for connection fees. So that's for new connections or upgraded connections. Sewer charges similar to water. We have a utility bylaw that brings some charges. Grants and contributions obviously quite large, all to do with the wastewater treatment plant, as well as the debt proceeds. And then so see our transfers from reserves as well for total revenues. Any questions? Staffing, we can see that it gets a little bit more costly in the years to come. Most of that has to do with increased wages for wastewater treatment plant operators, as well as some asset management planning. Lift stations stay fairly stable for the next 5 years. I would think that we'll be looking at this line item a little bit more detail following the completion of the wastewater treatment plant as we add some new lift stations online. Similarly for generators. And then in terms of debt servicing starting in 2025, at this point, after the completion of the project. And then obviously in 2024, starting to see that project come online and then fully online in 2025 to 2027. In terms of sewer projects, what the 2023, the $45,000 represents an I&I or inflow and infiltration project to determine where and how much water is coming into our sewer system, which affects our plant. And I'll stop speaking there because anything I say after this, Simon's going to correct me on. So ask Simon about I&I. Sewer lines stays pretty steady through the next 5 years. Again, we're seeing the capital projects, transfers reserve related to the wastewater treatment plant project. And as I said, we talked about, you can see the increase in sewer charges due to the wastewater treatment plant operations. And in 2023, starting to think about a 20-year capital replacement plan as well.
All right. So highlight over the capital projects that we have with respect to our sewer infrastructure. So lift station isolation valves. So this is kind of our, call it phase 2, which of this replacement program, which we're looking for early budget release on this. This will add isolation valves to 2 more of our lift stations along the Lynn and Chesterman loop, lift stations 8 and 10. Which allows our crews to access the lift stations and isolate them so no sewer flows going in for maintenance operations. We're looking for early approval on this as we want to get this work completed prior to when it gets really busy down that stretch. Last year we did it in the month of May, so kind of striving to work towards that same program. Moving on, kind of part and parcel with respect to the same stretch of pump stations along the Lynn and Chesterman area. So we ordered these gen sets back in 2021. They're finally starting to be released for delivery. So we just want to ensure that we have the early budget approval to complete those projects. So there's going to be the delivery of the generators and then the installation and commissioning of them once they arrive to site, and decommissioning the existing ones as well. South Force Main project. So this is a project that I think has kind of been on the radar for the district for quite some time. So we've got a budget request here of 6.1 million, which is kind of what we believe is the worst case or higher threshold scenario for what that scope of work is going to look like. The intent here is to kind of utilize an engineering services agreement to complete the design, which we believe and we're informed that the design budget is about $300,000 to complete. Through completing the design, we'll be able to refine what this budget actually does look like, as we're going to have to define what the actual scope of work is. And this project, I guess, to explain to everyone, this is upgrading in between the Maltby sewage pump station and the Lynn Road sewage pump station. Right now, it's under capacity, so we're significantly getting high levels at Maltby Road, as that is the first lift station that intercepts flow from Tla-o-qui-aht and Esa. And then as it goes along the way, all of the resorts and residential lots all tie into a force main that goes along that way. So we're thinking this kind of looks like something like twinning that force main. So there's an independent line that could potentially take what's coming from the Tla-o-qui-aht and Esa communities through. So just a little bit of a high level look at that. I think lunch is here as well, so I'll slowly wrap up, but if there's any questions on this one.
What's the advantage of twinning it rather than putting in a higher capacity line?
It gets complicated when you're trying to put in a higher, if you wanted to just do one independent higher capacity line, because there's so many different, through the chair, I should say, there's so many different private connections along that way that would have to get replaced as well. It's certainly something that we will explore when we go into more of that detailed design workshop sort of scenario. So it gets a little bit kind of complicated logistically if you're with the construction with all the amounts of
Make
shutdowns and tie-ins, you know.
All new connections all along the line.
Yeah. Definitely don't say it's like everything's an option and on the table to explore. I mean, until we turn those stones over. Any other questions? Okay. And the wastewater treatment plant. So I won't go too much into detail here, but I mean, as you look around the town, it is progressing kind of high level right now. We're still forecasted to complete in December 2024. So still relatively early stages of the construction of the project. Staff or I will be giving a more detailed update at the committee of the whole meeting on February 27th next week. So yeah, if there's any kind of immediate questions, if anyone on the chair wants to ask, happy to field.
That's great. Okay. Updates are excellent.
And we've kind of gone through the bulk of our major equipment procurement now as well. So kind of in the background, it's a big milestone as well. Any overarching questions about the sewer infrastructure?
Lunchtime.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll reconvene. All right, Ms. Bodnar.
Thank you, Bob. So we're on the last section of our presentation. This is the property taxation section. This slide presents the debt servicing reserve fund, and it has not changed significantly since last year. There's a little bit of interest earned on the reserve, but this reserve will be available to offset any temporary borrowing that we do for the wastewater treatment plant in relation to the cash flowing. So this will be available for 2023.
Quick question, Mr. Bodnar. Now, what is the status of the MRDT funds that we're going to debt service? Is that coming up, or am I jumping ahead?
It is coming up, but I can definitely talk about it. So we do incorporate the MRDT contribution of $400,000 per year, starting in 23 all the way up to 2026. Yes, it's not reflected in this particular reserve, but it is reflected in the plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all.
This next slide gives an overview of our municipal property taxation for the next 5 years. I don't know if you can move that. You can't move that text box.
I can move the one on the right, but not the closed caption at the bottom.
Okay. So for 2023, so this particular slide is broken into 3 components. The general municipal, so we also call it our base level taxation, where we talk about inflationary increases. Then we've got the CNI levy, and then the last portion is our debt servicing, the very top color there, the greenish. So for 2023, I mentioned earlier that we've applied a 7.76% base level increase to this particular funding portion, taxation portion. And for the remaining years, so the 2024 to 27, we've allocated or applied a 4% increase thereafter. For the CNI levy, it is an increase over 2022 to $1.9 million. And this is our optimal level of investment on the current plan. This will be augmented in future years when we have that asset management plan developed. So there'll likely be changes to that in the future. For the debt portion, our debt does go up significantly in 2026. So that'll be a full year of the wastewater treatment plant. And if the Tofino recreation facility is approved and grant funded, that debt would start in that year as well. For 2025, we've actually only applied a half year for those debt.
Can I just make one comment, Deborah? Thank you. So regarding the community recreation facility, we are showing a scenario where the balance of funds required would be from debt servicing. However, as we indicated in the report to council on Tuesday, we are looking at other sources of funds to draw down that amount, so we wouldn't have to borrow the full amount. For planning purposes and to ensure that we do have the revenues to offset the expenditures, we are incurring debt amounts in this version of the financial plan. Next year, this could look quite different.
Thank you. That is correct. So for 2023, this slide breaks out the municipal property taxation by different components. So we start each year with what we taxed for the base level. So in 2022, our base level taxation was nearly $3.9 million. We applied the 7.76 general increase, amounting to close to $300,000. And the non-market change revenue there on the completed roll is just a little over $6,000. I will talk about what that non-market change is in a couple of future slides. But know that for 2022, the non-market change was actually nearly $70,000 in 2022, whereas now for 2023, it's at this point on the completed roll from BC assessment, it's only $6,000. So our base level taxation is nearly $4.2 million. We've got the increased CNI levy of 1.9 million. We're still projecting the debt servicing costs of nearly 52,000 for total municipal taxes of $6,131,617. And as the slide notes, the general taxation increase goes to the rising costs for fuel, inflationary impacts of hydro, materials and supplies, equipment, legal, those types of things, and the wages and benefits. I wanted to expand a little bit on the cost drivers I talked about earlier, and it has been the theme throughout the division's operating budget highlights on wages and benefits. So for the district, we've got two staff groupings. We've got the QP staffing, the union staffing, and then we've got the exempt management group. And so we're working with both of those, the collective agreement with QP, which expires in 2024, May 2024. And so we're projecting, increases beyond that point, or we've made some cost assumptions, shall we say, as well as we're applying the exempt management agreement as it is. We're anticipating benefit increases for our pension, our municipal pension, as well as the Blue Cross extended health plans. So those all are factored into the wage and benefits increases that you've seen in this presentation, as well as increases related to the employer portion of EI, employment insurance, and CPP. Any questions on that particular slide or clarification?
I just have one additional comment, thank you. So I just want to put this in perspective in terms of the entire municipal budget proposed for 2023. So the total projected expenses in the 2023 budget are close to $70 million, just over $68 million. And this is one revenue source to go against that $68 million in revenue. We tend to focus in on property taxation because that's the one that affects our local tax base. And so we want to take that portion of revenues, which is making up 7% of the overall budget, and break it down a little bit further. So just wanted to put this revenue source in context with the budgets, the entirety of the budget.
Thank you.
I think I have one question.
Yes, go ahead.
So from a taxpayer's point of view, if I'm understanding this right, it looks to me like they can expect a double increase of what they're paying. Is that correct or incorrect?
No, I can, yeah. So the way we show this calculation is we pare back what last year's taxation was, so which included the levy amount for last year, any debt servicing for last year. We deduct those amounts out, and we start with that base level of taxation, which only includes the amounts for the sort of general operating budget. So it doesn't include the levy amount, but we did tax for the levy last year at I believe it was $1.5 million instead of 1.9, which we are this year. So then we start adding in what the increase is on that base amount, because when we calculate what the annual increase is for inflation, we don't calculate it on the total amount that we taxed in the previous year. We calculate it on that base amount of taxation. So we pull out the levy and we pull out the debt, and we tax what we actually need for those two amounts. So that's why, so you can't look at the 3.8 million versus the 6.1 million, because where we actually taxed last year was, if we were to include everything that we taxed in 2022, we taxed $5.646 million. So that included the levy, the debt, and then that base level of municipal taxation of 3.8.
And I have one follow-up question.
if I could just add to Ms. Santana's comment, later in my slides, I've actually got a couple of examples of what this particular rate structure, how it would impact some folios, property tax folios.
Okay, maybe we'll wait then.
Just a quick question, just for new councillors who may not be aware of the movement in the past few years through the pandemic of the C&I levy. So is that going to be explained?
No, but I can certainly.
I think it would be a good idea so that we can see like the base level municipal taxation is 3,865. The proposed base level taxation is 4.1 or 4.171. C&I levy is a separate thing, and maybe we'll just give an overview of why that increases, where it's gone, why it's there, and where it's going.
Okay, sure. Thank you. So the capital and infrastructure levy in its current form is something that was put in place, I want to say 6 years ago. And we actually probably more than that, about seven or 8 years ago. And we were working on a 5-year investment plan to get to what Ms. Bodnar referred to as that optimal level of investment of 1.9 million, which is where we will be at in 2023. That was based on a thorough review of all of our assets as we knew them at that point in time. Further development of asset management practices will encourage us to have a look at and review that amount, which Ms. Bodnar mentioned earlier. So we're at an investment level of 1.9 million, but we started way back in 2010 with a levy on our utility bills, and we were collecting at the most about 400,000 or 450,000 per year. We were only collecting to renew our assets in the water and the sewer fund. We knew we needed to increase that value because as we learned about our assets, we realized that on an annual basis, if we continued to only collect that amount, we would fall behind and have a further infrastructure deficit, meaning not being able to have the money at the point in time where we need to renew our assets. So we changed the program and moved the taxation onto the tax bill. What that did is it expanded our tax base in terms of how we collected that levy, and we were able to increase the value of that levy. When I proposed the new plan to council, I knew we needed to get to about $2 million, and council agreed at that time to do that over a 5-year term and increase it at approximately 6% per year over 5 years. When the pandemic hit, we realized that would be that may be difficult for taxpayers to pay that levy in that year. So we actually reduced that levy by 100% in that year and contributing only 10% of the value we planned on collecting. And we contributed those funds out of general surplus dollars. So essentially we reduced taxation in that year by eliminating the levy for collection, as well as eliminating any general tax base increase. So we were able to reduce taxes by 19% in 2020. After that time, we put a plan in place to support the taxation of that levy through the pandemic by contributing general surplus funds. So we knew we couldn't go longer than, about a year or maybe 2 years in impacting the value that we're collecting, because then it would impact our long-term plan. So we supported the levy amount that we taxed by reducing the taxation amount, but contributing the general surplus dollars. So we did that for 3 years. And last year we eliminated the use of general surplus funds and we taxed the full amount. And now this year we are up to that optimal level of investment of $1.9 million.
Thank you. Is that good? For me to give a background to why it's there and why you may see a jump.
Yeah.
But just to realize that was.
If I could maybe add a little bit more context. Most municipalities in BC, across Canada for that matter, face trying to fund what we call the infrastructure gap. So all of our assets are aging, our critical infrastructure is aging. We need to plan for renewal. And as we defer it or delay it, those gaps increase. And implementing this, what we call the capital infrastructure levy way back when, was very proactive actually by this council in trying to reduce that gap Once Mr. Rogers delivers the asset management proposal, you'll have a really clear idea of maybe what that gap is and what additional funds, if any, we might need to augment this particular investment level.
Thank you.
So we are at, we received a completed role. So BC Assessment delivers two what we call roles. One is a completed role, which is delivered around in December of 22, we received it. And basically that's what we're using here. When we finalize the 23 taxation, we will use a revised role, and that revised role actually is amended by any property assessment review panel decisions. So any appeals that were approved would actually impact that completed role and thus comes out with the revised role. So I'm comparing here the 2022 assessment, the revised role, against our 23 completed role here. So residential assessment increased 21.1%. And these particular property taxes are specific to Tofino. There's a major industry category, which we do not have any property as assessed as major industry. There is also a farm class, which we do not have in Tofino as well. We used to, I understand, but it's disappeared. So these are the property classes that we tax within Tofino. The residential class being the highest change in terms of assessment for this particular year of $297,523,800. And the business class would be the next, utilities would be obvious, 11.2, but it's in terms of dollars, substantially lower assessment value. The next biggest assessment value would be the business class. And that increased by the 23,530,000 you see there, or 8.7%. So overall assessment increased by 19%. Any questions about what you see there?
I do, actually, sorry. I know that property owners can challenge their assessments. Do we know if that happens regularly in this area? Would we have access to that information?
We do. I believe we do have access to that data. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And is it fairly common or less common? Yeah.
Yeah, the appeal process is, it's something that property owners do take advantage of.
Mm-hmm.
I know BC Assessment has to deal with a high volume of appeals between the completed role and the revised role. So we without a doubt will see a change from the completed role that we see here today to the revised role. It's not always material, but it can be big.
Okay, well, thank you.
So this is a slide from BC Assessment, and basically what we're saying here is that if there are no changes in the way that we allocate our taxation amongst the property classes, if your assessment was lower than average, your taxes will likely decrease. Similar, if you had your assessment was similar to the average change, your taxes will likely not change. But if you in fact have a higher average from the average, your taxes will likely increase. And this slide, I believe, or something similar, is available on Talk Tofino as information to our community. So here's market versus non-market change explanation. So market change really is the use of the fair market values that are determined from a arm's length transaction between property owners. When it comes to non-market change, the ones that I understand that we typically affect our community are, improvements. Sorry, Ms. Antia, do you mind helping me there?
Yeah, sorry, which one were you going on?
So just explaining what non-market changes are typically found in Tofino.
Yeah, I can certainly do that. So over more recent years, we've seen building permit revenue increase. And as a result of that, we're going to see additions and deletions to the roll or inventory changes as a result of that. So as there are new builds, there is vacant land that becomes land with improvements, and that change in value between that property from one year to the next results in what we refer to as non-market change. So a few slides ago, when we were referring to non-market change revenue of $6,000, that would typically make up the majority of that change in say the residential class, which we'll go over the numbers in a moment. So what this slide does is it just kind of provides some examples of what types of non-market change we may see in our area. It's also all the ways that impact a non-market change on the roll versus market, where if a property were to sell and it increases the value of it, it doesn't necessarily increase to the value of the selling price, but properties within that area and the one that has sold, for example, you'll see an upward change in the value of that property and the surrounding properties, and that's a market change. So that doesn't refer to that $6,000 revenue amount. These are the definitions of what would impact non-market change.
So our 2023 non-market change from our, based on our completed roll, the majority of the change occurred in the residential property class, and the other class was the business class, for a total assessment value change of $16,608,000, and that translated into the $6,069 in revenue.
And for comparison, last year's non-market change value was $45 million.
That's right, new, all those things besides just market increases.
So this is a slide splitting or showing the municipal taxation by class. So on the left side is our property classes that we're taxing, and the number of occurrences are the occurrences relate to the number of times a folio is taxed in that class. And currently we have 1,402 tax folios in our completed roll. But we have a total of 1,550 occurrences, the majority happening in residential and then the business class. So you can see the breakdown of the assessment values between the classes there, of which residential has the highest overall portion of that at 84.7%. And the business class takes the 14.5%. So those two classes make up the majority of that overall assessment. So allocating the $6 million in taxation that we saw in a few slides ago, that would be the distribution of that taxation amongst the classes. And I might add that the municipal taxes does include that base rate of taxation that we saw, the C&I levy and the debt. So this is putting it into a pie chart. And because we use historical rates, we use historical allocations from year to year, the distribution of the allocation of taxation amongst classes is relatively static. And that is evidenced actually by this. The distribution amongst the business and the residential property classes did not change for 22 and 23. It remains at 53% for residential and 44% for the business class. Council,
Sorry, Deborah,
Yeah, go
that was the opposite. So it's 44 for, sorry,
I said 44 for business, 53 for residential.
yes, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's what I said.
Yeah. Thank you.
So our next discussion is on the potential or the rationale for tax shifting. And this has come to council a few times in the past. And we want to continue that conversation, provide you with some rationale and some potential numbers for conversation. So we're continuing to see significant increases in the residential assessment values, and the business class assessment values remain relatively static. So our rationale to pursue the potential for tax shifting is that we do see a link between our business revenues and the increased visitation. We can argue that there is a potential for reduced housing affordability, or we feel that the housing affordability is impacted by higher residential taxation. So if we see continual increases in taxation rates to home ownership, that could negatively affect people's ability to afford in this community. Additional rationale is for potential shifting between one class or another is that operating and maintenance costs related to the RMI assets are not eligible for those revenue funds. So if we've built or constructed a washroom for that matter at one of the beaches, that revenue to construct that asset is we've got that, but we don't have the operating and maintenance pieces, and we've got to find the funding for that. So our argument is we're looking to potentially shift some additional dollars to the business class to assist in addressing those needs. The other item would be we've been deferring our regular maintenance over the past 3 to 5 years in favor of keeping up with our RMI assets. So the RMI, as council knows, has a spending timeline. We've got finite number of resources within our district to be able to address keep up with that funding and construction. So we keep incurring higher costs in maintaining our own assets due to that delay. This, I feel, also increases our infrastructure gap. And we also need to include the replacement of those RMI assets down the road as well.
I'm going to clarify something regarding the last bullet in deferred regular maintenance. So what we're finding is we are adding assets to the RMI program, which are, the purpose of adding those assets is to enhance the visitor's experience and provide assets that also do benefit and enjoyed by the community. But by expanding our assets in whatever way we do that, it's not just through the RMI program, but it's through other community needs that we may expand our other linear assets, sidewalks, playgrounds, that type of thing. We only have so many staffing resources to put towards operating and maintaining those assets. So for the purposes of this tax shifting discussion, we're just focusing in on the impact that adding additional assets through the RMI program that is linked to enhancing the visitor's experience and some of the impacts of that and the inability to use operations and maintenance, what that may do specific to adding those particular assets. So it's not negating how we expand all the other assets that we own that we need to as well. We need to operate and maintain all of the asset categories. But what we're trying to do here is establish a rationale for shifting some of the taxation in the residential class into the business class.
Just a comment, maybe I can make a comment and then have you comment on it.
Sure.
Is that all right? It's, we're talking about a tax shift here. But going back to the role, the property values, you could say the residential property values have doubled in the past, I don't know how many years, but the number of residences has not doubled, right? So, what I see happening, and this is what I see happening, is that the increase in residential values has, of course, every year been far and above the increase in business property values, but not in the same, but it has not increased the number of residences to the same effect. So there has been over the past, my feeling is that there has been over the past, so many years, a relative tax shift already happening in that data on the residents to property. So I just want to throw that out there, that there is a hidden tax shift going on every year onto the residential properties. Like residential properties, the average residential home may have seen their property taxation double, whereas a similar business has not seen that property taxation double. Is that a comment?
Yeah, I do have some comments on that. Deborah, can you go back to the tax shifting slide that we were just on? The first bullet is what we're referencing in that point. So we continue to see the significant increases in residential assessment, but we're not seeing the same thing occur in the business class. So first and foremost, we need to recognize that. And so those are 2 points that are really emphasizing our need to have a look at the proportion of taxes between the classes. So most certainly I do agree with that. It is naturally happening. So our proportion, while our overall proportion of what we're taxing is remaining relatively the same, we are seeing that there are additional folios in the residential class. We're seeing increased values in the residential class, and we're just not seeing the same movement in the business class. So there is an inequity being created here that we need to have a look at. We cannot, though, negate the fact that the equity of homeowners is occurring in the residential class, and that's not necessarily occurring at the same rate in the business class. That is part of balancing this conversation. And so while we are creating a rationale for potential tax shift, which is council's decision, we have to balance that with the other aspects of what's happening within those classes, with equity wealth increasing, as well as we do have a significant number in the residential class properties that short-term rental and the use of those properties do increase the value of those properties, and there is an income generation potential for those properties in the residential class. So we just, we have to balance that discussion.
Yeah, but an increase in equity wealth is relative, because homes have increased Canada-wide. So it's basically the same. I mean, it's great if your equity in your home's increased and everybody else has stayed the same. But, you can't move to Saskatchewan now to buy a cheap house. It's going to be the same. So I don't buy that argument.
So just to clarify, I'm not presenting arguments for it to council. I'm presenting different ways of looking at a rationale to justify a tax shift, and that is certainly one consideration as well. I think that we have to, council should share their comments regarding and their ideas and rationale regarding tax shifting to make a fulsome decision. I don't want to not say anything that may be a consideration when looking at the assessment values amongst the class, but most certainly Councillor McMaster, that is a consideration.
Councillor Sloan.
On the tax bill, if it's a primary residence, there's often that rebate.
The homeowner grant.
The homeowner grant. Is it possible if we don't do a tax shifting, if we stay like increasing the residential property tax, is it possible to increase that grant?
So the homeowner grant program is a provincial program, and so we don't have any purview over setting the rate or for which property is eligible for that homeowner grant.
The other thing to remember as house prices increase, a lot of people will not qualify for that homeowner grant. If you get to that 2 million, yeah, because a lot of houses are approaching the 2 million stage and they won't qualify.
Right, I think I heard that.
Councillor Sawyer and then Councillor Thomas.
I just have a thought potentially on the tax shift towards residential. Well, there is definitely an argument that residential properties are widely used for, short-term rentals, and so are kind of operating, they're generating income. I would wonder if doing a tax shift might create an incentive for the few people who aren't doing short-term rentals to say, well, I've got to pay this much more in taxes and I was renting this suite to, locals, but now I'm just going to turn it into a bed and breakfast because I've got these higher taxes.
Just point of clarity,
Yeah.
is that this is we're talking about tax shifting from residential to business.
I know, I'm
So
just.
that the residential tax
Mhm.
burden is less relative, not more.
Sorry, but yeah, so I'm worried that if residential taxes continue to be higher, then I guess is what I'm saying. Maybe I
Or
didn't
the
say it well,
status,
but
the
I
status
think
quo, okay,
yeah,
I
I
just want to
think
make sure.
I
you
think,
understand.
yeah, I think
Status quo is that the residential tax
Yeah.
base is increasing,
Mhm.
which would then, and the
Yeah.
cost of housing is skyrocketing.
Mhm.
So the average homeowner would be then more motivated to try to have a short-term rental in order to make the payments. So that is existing, that is ongoing.
Yeah,
So that is the problem,
yeah, that's the problem, and
it's one of the problems.
yes,
Among many.
yes. Okay, thank you. Sorry, that is what I was trying to say. Just
Okay, perfect.
Much
I thought
more
it was it.
clearly stated.
Oh, that's great. Did we have somebody else? Councillor Thomas?
I don't know if I can think of how I was gonna word it. It was probably just like a stupid
Okay, Dan,
question
we'll say it for
because.
No, that's okay.
Well, when people do a short-term rental, they get a business license to do that, correct? So they don't get taxed as a business. I guess that'd be super complicated for the government to do.
So yes, if it's a residential property, it's going to be, and if it's used as a residential property, regardless of whether there's a short-term rental component, it's assessed in the residential class. And municipalities don't have the ability to change the definition of those classes. That's through BC assessment, through the province. There is an active conversation between municipalities and the province to have a look at the ability to split the classification within the residential class between, have a portion residential and a portion business, but that conversation hasn't moved forward in the direction we'd like to see it go in.
But there is a potential for that somewhere down the road in the grander picture, just not in our picture. Maybe not somewhere. Somewhat related, just it's sort of off topic, but it's similar. If somebody's running a home business, is that the same thing? Would they also just be residential because it's out of their house? Okay.
Good. All right, carry on, please.
I just wanted to ask.
Oh, is there another? Oh, go on. I didn't see you.
I mean, I'm in favor of a tax shift to business, mainly because the assessments are growing faster in the residential class than the business class. I just would say that I think we should look at more at the assessment roles than population, because I think there's that, it doesn't matter if there's lots of properties owned by people who don't show up in our population census, but they're still paying taxes. They're still part of the assessment role. So I think there's this sort of myth, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the whole residential tax burden is bore by this number of people that live in Tofino. So there's this perception that taxes are going up just for people that live here. But there's a lot of properties with owners that are contributing to the tax roll that don't factor into that number. when you consider our population as a number, there's also a shadow population that doesn't show up in the census that is maybe renting or something like that, and through their rents is contributing to the tax burden on the property. So I always argue against that population number as being an accurate portrayal of who the taxpayer is. That's all.
Good point. I think we talked about property tax, so we went back, we could see or here we go. There's the actual units of tax, there's the taxpayers, right? There's 1,550.
That number was actually 1254 in 2022.
1254.
Yeah, and so this is the number of occurrences, so the number of tax folios properties is 1,402.
Oh, there we go, sorry.
Occurrences is how many times a folio will be taxed.
Okay, sorry, 1,400 total. There you go.
It increased two folios over last year.
Okay, yeah, that's a good thing to look at.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm good.
Okay. I just wanted to point out the percentage of overall assessment in 2022, residential was at 83%, and now that's 84.7%. And the business in 2022 was at 16%, and now it's at 14.5% of the overall assessment. It just further solidifies what we're talking about.
It would be great to see the last 5 years. So you could see the trend. So it would be very visual. Just to point out, maybe perhaps if we have this discussion again, so we can see a trajectory long term.
For the overall assessment by class?
Yeah, and then maybe we could map it off against non-market change. So we can say, okay, here's knocked off the non-market change, and then look at this, and then you could start to really get a good understanding of the relative shift. That would be could be good. I'm a visual guy. Thank you. Okay, if there's no more questions, keep going. Should have fed us turkey.
No, not for this discussion.
So we pulled some expenditures from our budget that we could potentially link or in terms of being incurred as a result of visitation, as a result of those increased RMI assets, the increased materials and supplies for parks. And we provided a kind of a range of values, a range of expenditures there. Is that Tiana?
No, I was just explaining. No. Oh, so do you want me to speak to it? Absolutely, I sure can. Yeah, so
I thought she was going to say, do you have something to share with the rest of the class? Is Tiana at the back? You in April?
I can't stop talking. Yeah, so this is not meant to be a recommendation in terms of a number for tax shifting, but we need to start drawing some numbers out of the financial plan that are where we're seeing pressures as a result of this discussion. We do eventually have to put a number to the value of tax shift from one class to another. And this is a starting point for that discussion. So we very loosely drafted some numbers, provided a range. We're certainly seeing some pressures on our staffing resources, which is an active conversation with council by adding a janitor labor seasonal position. That position, and correct me if I'm wrong, Erin, is the focus is out on the field and maintaining the facilities, the public facilities, including the garbages, washrooms, that type of thing. So we're certainly seeing the pressure there and the need to add more resources. The amortization that we're seeing of our RMI assets specifically, let's talk about. So as we add a new washroom or we add a new multi-use path, as we amortize those assets, we need to plan for future renewal. And the use of those assets are more than just the residents that we're seeing here. And so we're starting to draw out those numbers in terms of amortization, which the range is about 70 to 100,000 per year. materials and supplies and repairs and maintenance for our parks and our trails that are not just utilized locally. We need to make sure that we have the funds there. So we're seeing some pressures there in that area of the budget, as well as the insurance of any assets that will add through the RMI program, such as additional facilities like washrooms and that type of thing. So the sort of range that we're looking at, but not sort of landing at, because there's some non-monetary and difficult to quantify rationales that we're talking about and justification for this tax shift. So right now, you know, we've put a number of 136,000 to 215,000, but there's other considerations that we need that council needs to discuss as well and determine a value for those. So if we just go back to the previous slide for 1 second, you know, when we talk about the you know, the housing affordability aspect to this, what does that mean in terms of value? And if we were to shift a percentage onto the business class, how would council quantify that? So we don't have a recommendation for something like that. I think that's likely a decision of council, but where we can go to areas of the financial plan and find numbers for council to put you know, against where we're seeing those pressures, I think that's helpful for a starting point for this discussion. So I think the two have to be looked at together, as well as the other things that are being talked about at the council table, which we didn't necessarily think of before we came today. So this is, I think, sort of the second or maybe the third conversation throughout this financial planning process that we've had regarding tax shift, and one conversation was prior to the new council. So what we see is this being a continuing conversation going into the next budget meeting, which is on April 4th, where council will have a look at the final revised roll and what the tax rates would look like. And in a moment, Deborah's going to go through some sample tax calculations, not in consideration of a tax shift at this point, just where the rates would land if we were to keep all the proportions the same. So we would, you know, unless there's any more comments or discussions regarding this tax shifting in this moment, we'd like to move on to showing what the sample tax calculation looks like. And then we can come back and talk more about tax shifting and perhaps get some direction from council on where we should go or if we should go further regarding this discussion.
So we're using the same examples as we've used in the past presentations to council, the same properties here. So we've got a couple of residential properties here with the completed roll assessment values presented. So the first one on top, we've got an assessment value of $702,500. With that is a change of 25.8% over 2022's revised roll. If we apply the municipal tax increase that we've presented to you today, that would be result in a $141 increase in their property taxation, or 11.9%. The other example here on Neil Street, they had a property tax, assessment increase of 8.4%. If we extrapolate the municipal taxes for that particular property, we actually see a reduction of $80 or 3.9%.
Just have a couple comments on this slide. So these are, it'll be new for some councillors, but these are we look at the same properties from year to year. So the one on Neil Street is a little bit skewed because last year it did have some non-market change, and that's why we are seeing a slight reduction, because the change was it wasn't as high as the previous year. So I just want to remind council, as you look through these calculations, the change in the overall class in residential was 21%. And so going back to that discussion of if your property assessment increases the average amount, then you're not going to see a significant change. If it changes more than the average, you're going to see an increase. That is correct in that one for Fred Tibbs, we see an increase more than the average, and we do see an increase on the tax bill. With the one on the bottom, even though it's slightly skewed, it's increasing below average, and you're seeing a reduction on the tax bill. So that follows that rationale and that chart that BC assessment provides to that. Thanks.
The next property tax examples is Ewood Road. We had an increase of 26% in assessment values. So again, it's over the average residential class. So the tax increase $380 or 12.2%. Lynn Road, the assessment value increase was below the average, so the increase was 12.6%. So the tax bill, property tax, municipal tax portion of their property tax would actually be very close to no change at $21 or less than 1%. We'll look at resort properties or the recreation side, or sorry, this is the business class. The 2023 assessment value increased 8.7%, which is actually the average increase for that particular class. We'll see a 9.5 increase on the municipal taxes, or $15,270. The lower example was their assessment value was slightly under the average. So the tax bill will be relatively equal at $11,830 or 9.3%. Then lastly, these are two restaurants, of which the assessment values did not change or slightly actually decreased on the lower example. So these obviously were below the average assessment values for that particular class. So we've got a very minimal increase in their municipal taxation side. The top one, $147 or 0.77%. The lower example is $78 or 0.69%. Is that helpful in sort of showing what the impacts of this particular presentation has on our current?
Can you go back just a couple slides?
Which one? That one?
Keep going back, please. Oh, one more, but come back again, sorry,
Sorry.
forward.
That one?
School taxes. Okay, great. That's great. Thanks.
So we've reached the end of the property taxation side, and I'm just going to be wrapping up.
Deborah, maybe before we do
Sure.
that, I just want to pause on the tax shifting discussion, or maybe go back to it a little bit, and just to see if council would like to provide any direction to staff in terms of whether we should continue to work on this, or now that we've seen some sample tax calculations, are we feeling comforted with what the rates are doing from one year to the next in terms of municipal tax impact? We would really benefit, I think, from hearing from council in terms of where to go for the next tax calculation.
I have a comment. I think it would be helpful, because I've watched this now for a few years, to see that multi-year change, because it's very difficult from year to year to see that the trends and the trend change. That would be my assessment. The other comment I think I have is that this might be a case, a good case to pull in a third party to sort of have a look at this and maybe give us an outside opinion. That's just something to throw out there. I don't know if that's something we can do, but anyway, those are two things that I would like to see. And yeah, the other thing I think it's important to notice too is like a particular residential home, say, is paying $3,500 in municipal tax. That's not the whole thing. So the whole tax bill is going to be like $6,000 or something, right? But what I do is I look at specific properties myself, and I go on a BC assessment, and everybody can go on a BC assessment, look at any property in the district, pull out the value of the land, multiply it by whatever years
mill rate and you'll find the taxation, right? So, but to understand that, so just looking at numbers, it's hard to understand from one year to the next. It's hard to understand the trend, and it's also hard to understand for me is to think, okay, going back to say a small hotel that's about 14 units or something like that, it's paying $11,000 in municipal tax, but that hotel may have say 14 rooms plus 3 residential units, so that you know what I mean. You can start to see, hey, this is like a huge. It's a huge. It takes a lot of resources, and you can see that's like it's more than just 3 times a similar residential unit. You know what I mean? Makes sense. So that's the kind of thing that I think is important to see. It's really hard to see it on just like, 1 year to the next without also understanding the broader economic and, impacts or values or social impacts of those properties. So that's my rambling comment.
I can respond to some of the complaints. I think I have found it difficult to find some external resources to have a look at this. Tax shifting it doesn't happen, from year to year. It's not that common. I think that if we do a tax shift this year, if we decide to wait another year, we likely wouldn't do it for quite some time, because we would reset things and unless we saw a significant change in the other direction in the business class, we likely wouldn't look at it for a while. So I think that having a look at our own needs it's so unique to each municipality. So we're not going to find consistencies between one municipality to the next. So we really need to look internally to figure out whether this is the best decision for us. So I think if we look at obtaining external resources, we'd likely have to wait a year to do that. And then looking at the details of each property, I think that that data, those statistics are available. I think we should keep in mind when there is a residential component on a business class, it's taxed in the residential class. It's not taxed in the business class. So there's split classification happening in the business class, but it's not happening in the residential class. So that social equity or the benefit of having residential on a business property, that's seen through the tax rate would balance out by that portion being taxed in the residential class. And I hope I understood that point, but that's that you were making.
Well, I think my point was my general point was I was picking out a specific property. I'm not going to name it or anything like that, but that's that I've watched over the years compared to the average residential home in Tofino. And the average residential home in Tofino has, gone up 100% or more. And that property has stayed the same or decreased over time, in some cases, some years. And then, and so to see, to know that that business property is I think it's bringing in a significant income, and it's bringing in significant number of people that we continue to resource through taxation. But so anyway, what am I saying? But what was I saying? Please, maybe I did. Anyway, it becomes like when you get into the nuts and bolts of it, it becomes a little like, and stretch it out over the years, you can see that there's a lot more to it, and so that's all I was saying.
Yeah, and staff can certainly, for the April 4th meeting, when we bring forth the revised roll, with if we just stick with the same proportions and just continue this discussion along, at that meeting, we can provide comparisons over previous years' assessment values just to show what the trend has been in both the residential and the business class, and that may help inform this decision. But it's a difficult decision for council to make. I recognize that it's a difficult discussion to have, and we've been trying to have it for a number of years. I think that there isn't any amount of data that could be provided to provide a clear path forward. And I say that compassionately because I know I've been sort of working on the issue, trying to find data that would help support this. And I think the best way we can see a way forward is to figure out which areas of the budget are feeling the most amount of pressure as a starting point, at minimum. And then starting to, if we feel strongly about the housing affordability aspect, I think we just need to put a value to that somehow, and put a value to it in helping us achieve our goals with, adding more housing units. We feel like they would be this value to the community. That's just a very simple example because I'm thinking out loud. So that's kind of how we've approached it for this year, if council would like to move forward.
I'll try not to get too bogged down in this, but something that I would want to find out more about if we were going to talk about this further would be if we're looking at doing split residential class, business class to accurately reflect the use of a property. No?
We can't create a split class. So just maybe what, clarify what Ms. Etienne was talking about was that some properties have a residential house and a commercial business.
Yeah.
And I believe what you're saying, Ms. Etienne, is that those are supposed to be taxed separately. Is that what you're saying?
No, where there's a residential house on a property and there is a business component such as a short-term rental or a home-based business, that's taxed in the residential class. Yeah.
And so then you brought up the example of someone with a business property that has an apartment above it, and that section of the property is taxed as residential, and that's an incentive to people to have residential units on their properties. Was I hearing that right? Sorry.
No, I wasn't making that correlation. When there's a property in the business class, a component of that primarily commercial use property can be taxed in the residential class. If there's a residential home or a staff housing component, a portion of that, and it's always
yeah, that is what I understood. Maybe I just didn't phrase it accurately. So I get that we're talking about this in regards short-term rentals and residential properties. Then would it also affect small business owners in town, who then we might have our candle makers or our,
You're losing me. You've lost me. I mean, we're talking about the difference between businesses and residentials. The tax system for short-term rentals and things like that. I mean, those classifications are set by the province, not by us.
I think maybe the short-term rentals out of it, maybe what Ali's mentioning is that there are small business owners, maybe they have retail shops or restaurants that don't have a huge profit margin, and it's easy to look at businesses like they're all the big resorts, but not all of our businesses are the big resorts, and we've got little guys along with big guys, and tourism isn't the only focus. But I'm not opposed to a tax shift based on that, but I'm sure we will hear lots of feedback from particular business owners who would be upset by it.
I look at it.
Councillor Anderson, just let's go for Councillor Anderson. I'll let Councillor continue.
I was just gonna say, to me, the thing is increasing visitation, which benefit, and let's forget about short-term rentals. We're just talking the increase in visitation puts a stress on the residential class, and it's a benefit to the businesses. And we wouldn't be building such a big wastewater treatment plant without the increase in visitation and all the businesses. So that's what's putting the stress. And that's also putting the stress on the usage of water. And that will likely force us to increase the size of our reservoir or whatever down the future. So again, it's not the residents' fault. Now, there are some pros that residents are benefiting from jobs and things like that, but that's the way I look at it anyway.
I think
Yeah, this, I mean, to me, one of the reasons why this is, you know, careful and really trying to come up with some data around the rationale. The complexity of it is really fed by that short-term rental use that just about every residential property can have. So I don't know what the numbers even of short-term rentals there are, but that also feeds into the stress on the system and the increased visitorship, et cetera. So, you know, if you consider it a large shift from residential to, it does benefit those without short-term rentals, but it really benefits those with short-term rentals more and puts basically, I won't say it's unfair to say a motel or a fully business class accommodation provider, but it starts to change the equity between that and a short-term rental. So we see it as you get more and more of a shift from residential, you create more and more of an advantage for the short-term rental owner as well as benefiting just the simple resident. And so it's that whole use and the way we've allowed it has created more complexity to the whole discussion, I think.
That's fun.
I support us looking, I think your question was if we support the staff spending more time investigating this. And I do support that. And I think what I heard from you, Mr. Law, was I think even if a commercial business, their value maybe never necessarily went up, they still are making huge amounts of money. And maybe that isn't being put back into the infrastructure and the use of the infrastructure because their assessments didn't go up as much. Is that that's what I got from that, but regardless of that, I feel like I do support spending more time.
Yeah, anybody else? I do support a tax shift because, and I just want to make it very clear from my point of view, because I see a relative tax shift happening already onto the residential. That's what I think. So really what I was looking for, personally, is a re-leveling of the field. Because I think there's already a tax shift going on. That's my thinking. So
and I think the information you asked for, if we can go back as many years as possible and look how that assessment's been changing. But as we look at that, we're gonna really have to factor in the number and growth of just simple units even in the residential. Because while the assessments is partly due to increase in assessment value, that whole assessment role in residential has also grown by, I don't know, 20 houses a year, or whatever the number is.
The non-market
So there's two portions of that assessment growing in the residential class. So just to straight out compare whatever, say we went from a 14 to 1486 split between total assessment value, 86 being residential, 14 being, and we went from 1684 before, then what portion of that was non-market change is going to have to factor into it.
that's a good point. Okay, is that okay for our staff? A little we get a real rambling discussion, but hey, that's good.
No, that's okay.
Makes up for the morning.
Yeah, I think so. Where we will go next, and please Ms. Bodnar asked questions of clarification if I don't get this right, and if this isn't clear, but I feel like we need to receive the revised rule. We will generate tax rates under the same proportions that we did for this presentation and come back with more data for council to make a final decision regarding tax shift and perhaps put a value to what the shift will be. We will work on refining what the numbers are in our budget, and rather than having a range next time, we'll have a more definitive number as we finalize the plan. And then once council makes a decision on a value for a tax shift, if you do go in that direction, then we'll come back again and calculate those rates and provide for you what the change would be over the previous year.
And just to make sure, I just want to also say something about residential and business is that they were talking about property, not people. So the resident owners can also be business owners and vice versa. And so really many business owners are also residential owners and have two properties or are paying one way or another for both. So just to clarify that.
Okay, so yeah, then the next budget meeting is on April 4th. We may choose to come back prior to that, and I'm not sure. I need to go away and likely talk to my staff about timing and see what's feasible, because we do need to adopt prior to May 15th. So we'll have to squeeze in another meeting at some point.
Thank you. Okay.
I just have a question off topic before, just as well, short-term rental questions going around. When are we going to look at business license fees?
So the fees, I understand it, are increasing this year, but excluding short-term rental fees. But I believe we made some notes from earlier in the presentation about if we are going to add additional amounts, like the host compliance. Maybe we want to look at those short-term rentals.
We can't tax short-term rentals, but we could hit them with a higher license fee. And we're already talking about trying to charge for the software. And so
yeah,
it's just something to think about.
I mean, I'm not.
Let's be careful here. Let's be careful.
Yes.
We're gonna get off topic. So
that's fine.
What topic were we on? I can't remember.
We're still having a presentation here. So let's get back on before we start talking about fees and other things like that and short-term rentals, because I think that's its own
Yes, but referring to earlier in the budget presentation, we did make reference, or council did make reference to perhaps having a look at business license fees, because there were some additional amounts added to the bylaw services budget. And the director has made a note of that. And so we'll see what that looks like.
Yeah. We maybe need a more fulsome discussion about short-term rentals before we, with real data and real information rather than non-data data. Okay.
Awesome. And I'm just about ready to wrap up. So, so our next steps to provide the third draft of the financial plan. We will finalize the property tax rates after we receive the revised assessment roll and proceed as Ms. Atiana just described. We will receive, what we call requisitions from other taxation agencies, the ACRD, the library, the BC assessment tax. We collect taxes on behalf of them as well, and we don't expect those until early April. And then the completion of the 2022 year end, finalizing surplus and things like that will also impact this financial plan. So the next step, we'll also receive the report from public consultation on March 7th. We'll finalize any further details on the capital projects, any additional program changes like the one we just discussed here on fees, balance the financial plan, because we cannot go into we cannot present a bylaw that is imbalanced either way. And then finalize the tax increases and tax rates. Those are kind of the next steps. So then the last order of business would be to provide the resolution required to adopt early budget
requests on those projects there.
And there's a second slide as well. for
Yes.
Capital as well.
So
All right, any further questions for staff before we read this recommendation? No, okay. I'll just go ahead and move that the following early budget requests be approved. Operating expenses, 17,500 First Street dock critical street light
You
repairs.
don't have to read them all.
I don't have to read them all?
I think you can say as presented in the slides, and we'll fill in the blanks with all the details.
Okay, as
But it
presented
is both slides.
in the slides, and as presented in this slide. Seconded? All right, Councillor Thomas, seconded. Any further comments? Council? Yes, Councillor.
I think the early budget approvals exceed some of our entire budgets from 20 years ago.
You know, that is a really important question. Actually, that's a really important point to talk about as we go on and talk about
Wow,
staffing, et cetera.
someday I'll tell you what some of the budget discussions were like ages ago.
Excellent. Okay, all in favor? None opposed. Motion is carried. Thank you. Now I believe lost my. We're moving into the closed session. So just a moment. And we can have a 5-minute break also as it moves into close. Right. After we move into closed session, we'll roll the magic with technology. So I'll move that the meeting be closed to public pursuant to section 90 of the Community Charter to discuss matters relating to 1A, personal information about identifiable individual who holds or is considered for position as an officer, employee, or agent of the municipality, or another position appointed by the municipality. 1C, labor relations or other employee relations. 1K, negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of municipal service that are at the preliminary stages, and that in view of the council could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality if they were held in public. 1L, discussions with municipal officers and employees respecting municipal objectives, measures, and progress reports for the purpose of preparing an annual report under section 98, annual municipal report. Seconded by Councilor Sawyer. All in favor? Not opposed, motion is carried. So,